Ambulance.
I will accept the transfer as president.
Okay.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I sent out an email regarding some dates for a meeting to have with a wind company. Brian Berry called, he's working with them. The date was, it's gonna be in the afternoon because they're 3 hours behind us, I guess. So September 29th, 30th, or October 1st. I know I can't do the 29th. I don't know if the 30th or the 1st would work for anybody. If I can.
What day is the 30th?
Wednesday, Thursday.
I like Thursday better, but
I just said it.
Same.
Go first.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
I'll let you know what time.
I'll get one and show them for you,
Thanks.
and it's not gonna close.
You don't have a time?
I doubt
You
it.
said 3 hours it.
He said.
they're in
As a-
they're in Seattle.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Anything else, Beth?
The only other thing I have is a memorandum of understanding between the Benton County Council and Commissioners with Soil and Water Board of Supervisors. So Leslie and Chrissy came before the Commissioners last meeting, 2 meetings ago. They just want, for State Board of Accounts purposes, they just want the Commissioners and the Council to sign a memorandum stating that we pay them their salary rate, and then they also get funding from Soil and Water through a grant for their salaries.
Any issues?
No, we went back through, we had questions that need to be answered, they were answered, and we're good with it now.
Guess we'll need a motion then to approve the memorandum of understanding.
I'll make the motion to approve the memorandum.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? A motion to close this meeting?
I'll make the motion to close.
I'll second.
All right, Jackie, you're on. Okay, 3 minutes, pretty good. We will go ahead and open up our budget meeting. I guess we shouldn't have closed it yet, should we? I thought we had a second, open it again.
You have another one of these?
I guess, I mean.
The only other one is that extra one of those.
I just figured Pat will have something to look at.
Oh.
All right.
Hard.
You and I will say.
No.
Yeah, sure.
We'll start on page 36. Leslie's gonna be here in a minute.
Oh, sorry.
36 is the Form 1, right?
Yep. Leslie, you wanna go ahead and get started with this?
Sounds good.
So typically, for our budget meeting, I just kind of generally go over the things that we've been up to. And then I've got, some comments on an MOU, which is,
Yes, they just signed it today. Yep.
Oh, okay,
They,
awesome.
they talked about it, the commissioners talked about it again last meeting, so.
Okay, thank you guys very much for taking care of that, okay. So I'll just kind of quickly go over where we're at with different things and then just let me know if you have any questions, so. Did we get enough with folks to look at, okay. So current funding and grants that we're working on right now. We have a 319 grant, that's the one MOU you guys signed where we get part of our salary from that. And that will go through, March of 2028. And then we actively, actually this week or next week, turn in our grant to see if we get one after that. So that's kind of our most pivotal, obviously, because it provides a lot of the salary. Plus, it's where we get our funds for all of the field day education stuff. So that one's a big deal. And then excitingly, if IDEM has extra money, they send out to groups if anybody, wants to try to claim it, and we got a full $30,000 from that. So we can either extend, like we get beyond our March 28, but I assume our farmers will, the majority of that grant is to the farmer cost share, right? So for conservation practices, and so I assume we'll use that up and stay on the same timeline, so. Wright Foundation, do you wanna talk about that one at all?
Sure, Wright Foundation had dollars, about half of it went to cost share for farmers as well. And the other half was to work on restoring the park area. And that was a total of 30,000 as well. Yes, 30,000. And that is going to be ending by December of this year. So it was about a year and a half, right, that we were working with that one.
So Heather wrote that one, which is exciting because the park project, I'll talk a little bit more about that, but it just goes along at the speed of when we get funds. The Lair grant is one of the log jams, and so coming up here in September, they'll be meeting with us. We have that money, it's been granted, but we'll be working on mostly through the Coates property. We kind of had to pick a section. They're only going to allow us to do so many log jams with the money. We got a little under
45,000, I believe, is the total.
and we applied for 60 here, and we helped Warren County, who wrote theirs to apply for theirs, but Warren actually did not get theirs. So we're kind of excited about his visit, because we actually thought Warren would get it first, and then us, so it was interesting, because Warren's was actually a little worse, but, it's gonna, the log jams, we had to map them and send them and things, but they're going to have moved a little bit with the grants that we had, so. But we will keep reapplying for that grant too. To see
Is
if
that
we
an
can-
annual grant where you can apply each year? How?
Yes.
It is,
Okay.
yeah.
The amount changes every year though for what you can apply for.
Do you have a way of looking back when Sutton did it, what it costs?
I wonder if he keeps those records. I mean, I don't mind talking to him.
It'd be way easier for you to look back at that.
Got it.
I wanna be
Got
there
it.
when
I wonder, the only thing I can think of the surveyor's office has, because it was kind of coordinated through there when they had it,
Yeah,
right?
I forget when that was, it's been a long time ago.
I feel like Nick told me the year, but I'm not sure, because when I originally met with him to look through different sections, so when you guys let us use the Devers drone, the county drone, and Devers came out and flew, that was awesome because it saved us way more time than when we've been mapping them by the creek. But the absolute worst section is there by it's actually just north of Coates, like where the woods are
McGinnis?
really thick, like past the like just south of Chris
That's
Lake.
McGinnis.
Yes, so that section is really bad, but it's also really hard to access in there. And we have, part of the park benefit of this situation is we have permission to go there from 300 south of the park, of course, to put like a boat in, all the way down to 500 at Jim Wilkinson's. Like he's gonna grant us an agreement, like a contract. We haven't signed it all yet because it's still so dangerous through that. So we want people to be able to be on the water, but I'm not gonna advertise something that is just like death log jams all the way along, so.
I was just curious what he charged, cause he did the whole channel for about that
Right.
money.
He did, with DNR having eyes on us the whole time, the only thing is I know that he drove like straight down, which would have been a lot cheaper, like he went through the creek, and we're not gonna be able to get away with that level. So
Okay.
probably was cheaper and probably was easier to clean it out, but they'll be checking everything that we're doing with this one, so we can't do it to that level. So that access on the side is gonna be in pulling out, which at Coates is, that's why that section's gonna work pretty well, because he's got area, it's a pasture, so we've got area along there to do it, so.
The other piece of that layer is it is cost share as well, so there will be
Oh,
some
yeah.
cost to landowners.
Yeah,
It
and
won't all be covered by the grant.
that thick woods there south of Cruise Lakes, they said their drainage is so good for their farm field already, cause they're a little more elevated, they don't need it. So they didn't want any buy-in, because they don't have any, in their opinion, benefit to it, where coats are like flooded out, right, from the log jam, so.
Tell them to put the shoe on the other foot if they were downstream.
Yeah, so, which Lair said when they come, the big thing they wanna do is like work with us with the landowners to get permission, and I was like, we did all that, we thought we had to do it all, so hopefully this will move pretty quickly once they show up, and, so yeah. Okay, some completed grants, Heather got one from the Forestry Foundation that we used on educational, events out at the park, and then, the National Association of Conservation Districts, our NACD Technical Assistance Grant, is what we have that pays
Is for me, 100%.
So that one is officially completed, which puts us in a bind here, because we reapplied for that grant in
September of 25 for 26, and then they postponed all of the 26 grants, so,
over and over.
yeah.
So-
So hopefully they'll
We're
make their determinations next month.
We're beg, borrow, stealing from other accounts from grants as much as we can to try to keep Heather on board, but it puts us in a spot because we really need that grant. So Heather's writing a lot of these grants, we're doing these grants, but to complete the work for the grants, we have to have Heather on board. So we're in a bit of a waiting game right now regarding that. So potential, the NACDTA grant, like we said, we've had that in forever. It's just kind of caught in the federal change of funds is part of why that one's so delayed. The 319 will go in. Clean Water Indiana is a grant that we're actually doing with Newton County. For years, we've tried to find money for outside of Big Pine, for the other area, because we already have all this education, these resources. Why can't we get the money for the surrounding areas? Last year we wrote it, we didn't get it. Newton County's the lead. But Heather went up and they worked on it all day yesterday, so we're real close to getting that submitted. It's due next week. And so it would provide, it's not that we couldn't fund somebody in Big Pine for cost share and conservation, but it provides an opportunity for somebody that's not in Big Pine. We'll prioritize people who are applying in those areas outside of Big Pine, but it'll have a Benton County limit and a Newton County limit, so.
That would be for 2 years.
And so,
Sorry, 3 years. 3 years,
Okay.
yes.
And then Great Lakes is a grant that we've applied for 3 times, and they got shut down in some of the federal funding cuts, and then I think they sued and got some money back, so we were re-invited to apply again. And that's direct money related to the park. The Community Foundation, we met with Community Foundation about their grants that are coming in this fall, so we'll be applying for that, direct for park funding. And then we will find out, I believe it's September, I think it's October, early October, about a Kubota grant that provides equipment for the park. And so if we got that or not, which if you did not see that video, all of us who work or volunteer drug our children in, and we had the kids make a video, and it's actually incredibly entertaining, so about the park. It's
More
really cute.
professional than if we had done.
Yeah, it was really good. So, but yeah, so we're excited. Hopefully some things come together. We did find out a $75,000 grant that we wrote for the park this week we did not get, so we were bummed about that. Park, not too much to talk about on movement on that outside of the sign that we've been waiting a year on that White Lost class did. It's been up at 3D printing, and they just got it over to Holshers, and so hopefully in the next 2 weeks we can actually get like their signage out there. And then you want to talk about the capstone plan, or did we present that really?
We did a project with Purdue Landscape Architecture students, and their capstone project was to utilize the park area for them to create a design as their final senior project. And it went famously. They were awarded the best project out of the entire class. And yes, and one of the students who worked on ours actually won their senior award. So I felt like we got the quality of the quality, and that it turned out very nice. It's very professionally done and saved us probably $5,000 to $10,000 on getting the design done. This was all free, and it was really good connections to make with Purdue.
And for,
And they invited us to come back and do another project if we have one, so
yeah.
yeah.
And we shared that with Earl Park and Discover Oxford as well, like they might be good candidates, when they're inviting our community back, so. But now for grants, that was a big step, is we have professional designs ready, so when we submit, we show the plan of all the phases of where we wanna go, so that's really jumped us forward quite a bit. Worked with another class at Purdue, on a burn plan, so they wrote a burn plan for the park. Invasively speaking, plus the 23 tornadoes has a big chunk of stuff that's just hard to get through trail-wise and cutting invasives out there. And so if they're absolutely on top of it, this spring we possibly could get a burn out there for free to work through a lot of the invasives and get us a little further along. So yeah, so we're just constantly looking for grants to move the park stuff along. I would tell you when we're gonna open, but we just haven't decided. So any volunteers and people who work out there, are all welcome, or people who have asked me if they can, go out and check it out, but we just haven't publicly done a big announcement or open really yet. We will. Ongoing things, creek survey, water testing, transect, biological testing will come back if our partnership with the Nature Conservancy, they just submitted a giant grant with 22 counties, including in Illinois. If we get that, we actually get the funding for that fish sampling, which is kind of cool to share how things are moving along on biological quality. Ongoing things, Heather's position supports a lot of the federal work of what's going on, so she's been doing a lot of the CRP checks and helping them stay on top of things, which is really helpful because they get really far behind. This is just kind of a list of some of the past events from this year. Let's see. And then upcoming, we've got our history tour that we do every few years. It's kind of our biggest mix of people. We get farmers we work with, farmers we haven't worked with, kind of land trust type people, and just all across the board, legislators. It's kind of an interesting group. This is our impacts. This is still our summary from 2025 work that we share every year at the annual meeting. But every county tax dollar that you guys invest in us between our resources, grants, and partners, the Benton County Soil and Water comes up with an additional $27.80. That was our 25 number. So, and then for Big Pine specific, the very original grant that we got for Big Pine work was $120,000. That was a few projects with farmers, mostly in the Oxford area. And so we're at about $7.5 million that we've gotten kind of leverage from that very original amount of funds. And then the last number there, Big Pine specific, talks through the amount of load reductions we've had in sediment, phosphorus, and nitrogen from conservation practices that directly relate to those. So there's many other things. It doesn't capture, wildlife habitat or a lot of the other practices. But yeah. So I think the only other thing, we appreciate you guys' support. I know we're kind of fluid. We try to support ourselves as much as we can. We'll see here with Heather's NACD grant kind of where that's at. But we appreciate it. So, any questions?
You had 3 line items on your budget, technician, longevity, and clerical. All right.
Okay. And I haven't forgot about your mulch hopper too. That's in my mind.
Okay.
For our plants.
All right.
Don't burn that.
We won't.
Thank you guys. Thanks guys. Thank you for that. Yep, this morning last night.
No problem.
John, you want to start?
You bet.
Page 6.
Good morning. Morning.
No, it's your responsibility.
That was on page 36.
What the hell? Who put your book together?
Me?
Page 6.
What's wrong?
Backwards, pages are all over the place.
Did you go through it at all?
Huh?
Have you opened it at all?
I have no way of knowing which numbers are which.
It's your,
Good things.
My page 36 is page 48, so my page 6.
look under Form 1.
Form
That's
1,
Form 1.
6, page 6.
He's
He's
in
in that.
there.
I'm looking at county recorder on page 6.
On page 6. This is completely off.
Let's
You're on, that's it. So page 7 is this page 6. Okay, we're good, good.
Morning, John.
Six, did
Morning. Morning.
Austin, you dropped your daughter off at school today.
I did.
Thank you for not following me so closely so I could get here before you did.
I know, I saw someone wave it, and I was like, I saw the farm, I'm like, oh, that's, all right.
I was a little late.
Ah.
It happens, yeah.
I think John would just start on our page 6, but you can wanna look.
Yeah, that's fine.
Form ones.
Yep,
Hopefully yours is page 6, not 7.
there you go.
We'll just go through those first couple pages and see if
Yep.
anyone have any questions or anything you need to. Do you still have an open spot?
Yeah, we still have one deputy position that we are in the process of taking applications for right now. That closes here soon, and then we'll start the process.
I noticed you jumped the overtime quite a bit. Do you think that would be necessary with it, if you fill that spot? You've gone from 15 to 20 and you spent 10, but, so I didn't know.
Yeah, so I think last year, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, but I think we dropped it last year. It's, you know, it's hard to tell with the overtime sometimes, so you don't want, what I don't ever wanna do is go so low that I regret that and then I'm in trouble, so we've been bumping it down a little bit at a time. I tried to, I don't know if you had the one where you have all the notes on it, I tried to put notes out to next to every single, line item. So whether there was no change, or what it was for, try to be more transparent. Some of these things, there's so much in a line item that is altogether. So I guess I can kind of go through these on here if that would help, and just go right down here real quick, if that would help you guys. If you have any specific questions, there are a couple of things that we are looking at doing as far as, there is a line item in the sheriff's side of it that was for photography. We really did, everything's digital now. We don't develop film anymore. We don't buy film cameras or digital cameras. We use the cell phones that we issue the deputies and the jail commander and the jail matron to do all the photography and all that. So in that particular one, we were looking at trying to take the photography line item and change that into, I think, I don't know what I called it, digital media or something like that on here.
We still got photography on ours.
Okay.
You didn't budget anything.
Yeah, the line item that said photography.
Yeah.
We want to change that to cellular technology. That's our annual amount for assigned office phones. Runs the mobile data terminals in the trucks, has the connectivity through AT&T, and allows us to be able to use CAD data and the whole 9 yards to be able to connect dispatch. Right now, what we do is we pay the AT&T bill out of the commissary. The commissary fluctuates up and down so much, and right now, we're about half full. I think we were somewhere in the area of 3,000 to 4,000 commissary right now, so it is not as robust as it is when it's full. So what I wanted to do was try to capture what we actually spend for all of the connectivity through the AT&T program. And that's about $9,300 a year. It's about $8,800 is what we pay out of the commissary right now. And when we add the last deputy, that'll be the we'll assign them a cell phone. We've already got the connectivity in the truck we're paying for, so. That was one of the changes that we were looking at trying to do.
Most photography is gonna now be cell phones?
What I wanted to do was in that photography line, I wanted to change it to cellular technology. that captures all the cell phones, all of the rockets in the truck, and all of our cellular connectivity to be able to operate at the sheriff's office. For the deputies, I've asked for 6% raise, and really the only other thing that I asked on that side was to take a look at the structure last year that you guys approved for us for the deputies as far as we got rid of the longevity and we went to the matrix. And you guys approved that $1,500. Coming back this year, I'm asking to put that back to 25. And Brent, it blew right by me when you had a comment. You said that by the time we got to the end of the matrix, you'd be making more than the sheriff. That's if you don't give the sheriff any raises for that time. So you were looking at that, and you were looking at that total at the end, and you're like, it's as much or more than what the sheriff makes. Well, that's what they make right now. That would be if the sheriff didn't get a raise at all.
That's our plan.
As they go along. Right.
But that's not, we don't set that rate.
Right, no, you don't. You just,
So that's what I'm saying.
you had made that comment, and that's why you guys had bumped that back down. And, so what I took a look at is, I checked, Warren County is kind of who I use as my mirror to see what they're doing, because I don't wanna lose employees down there. And, they pushed theirs up to $1,000 a year on that, so their deputies are getting $1,000 every year, for the matrix. So what I was asking to do is push it back to move it to back to 2,500 every 3. That still puts us $500 behind them, but we never get so far behind them that we get lost in that annual salary.
You know, John went through and did some numbers using the matrix from last year.
Yes, sir.
And I didn't know what the raise would be, so I had to use 3%.
Absolutely.
I used 3%. So, but if like on Deputy Fuhrer, if we go out him 10 years, he's about $98,000 by 2037. And then I took the lowest one, Margent. She'd be at 90, or he would be 93,000. You know, take 5, we're almost $200,000 a year more, you know, than what we are now. I'm not sure how we sustain those numbers.
Right.
And if you're talking 6%, we just doubled that. So you know, the matrix is great, but I'm not sure how our county sustains those level of numbers payroll. I don't know, in 10 years, maybe that would be a legitimate number. That we're looking at a couple $100,000 more than we're budgeting now. That's a pretty big number.
Yeah, and that's why, so, you know, the point is you never know what the annual raise is gonna be, right?
Right.
So it could be 1, could be none, could be 6, could be 3. But the idea of that matrix was to put something in place so that we were so far behind, you know, when I first got started.
I think
that
did a
would
pretty good job of catching up here.
Yeah, we,
last
you know,
couple
and
years.
it's all due to you guys and these guys over here and their predecessors. But the idea was to never put the council in a position where we're so far behind. And if every 3 years the deputies got that $2,500 bump, or what is currently now $1,500, that at least ensures that if we go 2 or 3 years with, you know, low 1-2% raises because of, you never know what the state budget's gonna do, that there is a safety measure in there that will at least give that bump to them so that it'll push their salaries up so that we don't get behind anybody else. And the other thing it does, it gives you guys the ability to take a look ahead and project to see what that's going to be.
My concern with that matrix, the new matrix that you provided to us, is that we've got 1 year we've got 1 getting a raise, 1 year we've got 4 getting a raise, 1 year we've got 2 getting a raise. So if we can make it so that it's more consistent with where those, and I don't know how to do that with 7. I mean, I'm sure probably 1 year we're gonna have to give 3 a raise. And then 2 consecutive years we're gonna have to do 2, but my concern is that, you know, 1 year we've got just 1, and then the next year we've got 4.
Yep.
So
yep.
how do we make it so that it's more
Yep. So that
even
100%, I agree with
across
you.
those cycles?
And so basically all I did was every 3 years, right? And that group right there just happened to all get hired close together. So we can look at breaking that up and splitting it, 2, 2, and 3, 2, 2, and whatever, if that would help. We certainly can do that, and we can do that by seniority. So that the more senior people are the ones that get the bump first, and then the junior, then down to Deputy Sullivan and whoever the next deputy would be. But yeah, that's you're right, Angie, that's why it's like that, but that was just sheer math.
Sure,
based on.
I mean, it makes sense, but I mean, for us budgeting equally
And that was really
on
my,
a year over year.
yeah, and that was really my goal. That way, it doesn't matter what raise they get, there's always a safety valve built in there every 3 years so that we don't get so far behind our neighbor to the south. What else around the sheriff?
I guess my only comment on the matrix, and I think I appreciate you putting it together. We just approved it last year.
Yeah.
And now we're changing it again this year.
Yeah.
I guess I'd like to see, do the test of time for a little bit, and
Yeah.
to see how it's
Yeah.
working. And I understand you're obviously looking out for your guys, but we also gotta look out for the budget. The money we have.
No, I absolutely understand it. I mean, I'll never know unless I ask, right? So,
And I have some real concerns about 2029 with this new House bill they got and the money we're gonna be getting.
yeah.
Where that's all gonna play out.
Until the guys talking about that, and to me, I've got some concerns too,
Yeah.
for all the counties. They're not doing the counties any favors whatsoever. Other than that, going down there, most of it, is salary in these guys. I just tried to do sheer math based on what we'd used halfway through the year for the other accounts for supplies, gas and oil, tires. Obviously, we're at the mercy of whatever the market is on a lot of those. Uniforms, I still didn't raise that again this year. I haven't since I've been sheriff. I've always said, that we just use commissary for anything over, so that's still flatlined. Not asking for any more of that one. With a little more in ammo, our ammo prices have increased. Postage and travel, there's no change. Looking at reducing our extradition by 50% because I planned on that because we were going down to Texas 2 or 3 times a year to pick up inmates from the big dairy scam that the feds and we worked on. But that's now, we may go down one time here before the end of the year. They found the whole head of that snake, so we may be making a trip. But all of those are just basically mathematical guesses as to what fuel, tires, oil, ammo, and the rest of it for the sheriff's side is pretty much that. Really, changing the photography and really adding that line item and making that the cellular technology to take that pressure off of the commissary, because I don't know that the commissary, that was started before me. So again, the commissary is up or down, you never know what it's gonna be. The other thing in there was the lease maintenance, and what I realized was you guys really, that's a big chunk of that particular side of that budget. So I did a spreadsheet for you guys. That's just kind of spells out what's in that chunk of money, just so you know. I think I've got enough for everybody. That's been the biggest mystery to me, is figure out what gets paid out of where and why it gets paid out of. Why it gets paid out of. I think there's enough for me. It's awful hard to ask for something when you can't really explain to the people who are trying to understand it. Oh, thank you. And so this is kind of what those amounts are made up of. Obviously, we haven't got the jail yet, but that kind of, I put that in there so you understood where we're at with that. So in the sheriff's side of the budget for that 53, all of those, except for that very last line, that AT&T, that's the one that I wanted to change from photography over to cell technology. This is the way that breaks out inside there.
So John, is that $8,800 in here twice then? We got 9,300 in same with technology, then you got 53,562 in maintenance.
Right, so that is all of those across that budget.
Right, but if we got a line,
That's the 8,800. I just changed that line up there because there's no, because it said photography and it was like 2,000. It's just 88, the total is 93. The 8,800 is what we have right now. If you added up the math for all the deputies that are here right now, it's 8,800. The 93 was adding on the piece I needed for that new deputy position that we've never had filled.
okay, so I understand, so 93 I put cellular technology. That's more above this 8,800.
No, no, I'm sorry, it's 93 total, 88 is in that 93.
Okay, so do I take 93 away from 53, because we got it doubled up in the budget right now?
We have 2 line items that include it.
We got a line item for 53,562 and a line item for 9,300.
Yes, if you guys chose to do that, if you chose to do it, that would fit inside
53.
the 53.
So one of them make 0 or one of them take away 9.
Yes, yeah, if you didn't do it, then that would be that line item, whatever we could put in that line item for cellular technology. It's just trying to break it out to try to be transparency, and that's why I put this sheet together.
0 to 9,300.
Beth, which is the easiest for you?
Probably, I would say probably combining to one line item, because the photography line is used in other accounts too, so I can't really change the name of it.
Okay, yeah, and it was to make it easier for you and for these guys too, because these are the things that are annual expenses that are maintenance contracts or whatever. And so I thought it would be easier if we put them all in that one group, so that whenever we get the annual bill for it, then I can write on there like I try to do, is say, this is our annual contract, and it comes out of this line item. So if that's easier for you, I was just trying to simplify it so it was easier to understand. And then the sheriff's pension fund down there, that's a hard number. We got that in the mail. So hopefully that's self-explanatory. I've got some of those annual letters again this year. I brought them, so if you guys want to see them, for Quality Correctional Care, Lieberman Technologies, McCready King for the pension fund, all of those that we get on an annual basis.
Anybody got any question on the sheriff's budget?
What's your miscellaneous maintenance? What does that make up?
So that is anything that doesn't fall under something like tires, motor repairs, vehicle repairs, or other things like that. That if I have to go out and I have signs that I need to replace, no parking signs or whatever, they're for the things that the sheriff's office uses, or we have sometimes we have to make repairs on facility people. It's not a jail up front, it's a desk or a thing that doesn't fit in one of those other ones. Outside of supplies are generally for office supplies and things like that. So it's just for maintenance, it doesn't fall under anything. It's not like for HVAC or anything like that, that falls in the jail side. It's for all those other little things that come along that we have to fix that break. Up on the sheriff's side.
Okay, we'll move to page 30 and 31. That's the jail now.
Okay.
It's in here somewhere, I'm sure.
Here, use mine and I'll switch it.
Getting my ass kicked too. Thanks, Brad.
Okay. Again, try to write out in the notes side, on the jail side, we pretty much fixed what we did last year, with wages and salaries with the jail commander. We really fixed our overtime budget, so that is taking care of itself. We're doing well in there. There's really, what I asked for was a, increase, 6% increase, for the staff, back there, the security officers in courthouse, just try to, keep it fairly, even. 4% I asked in the matron salary. She's, already up ahead. I'm trying to even out over the years. I'm trying to even out the jail commander and the matron because they both really are peers to each other. So I'm going to do that a little at a time over the next few years. Really no increase in operating. We're really good. I took, Nora does a sheet for me every month that she gets, and I get this, and so this used to be really red and yellow, and now it's pretty much all green. The only thing that's red is our uniforms, and it's always gonna be red because we pay for a lot of that out of our commissary. So I'm pretty pleased with the jail side.
Question on that hospital line, it shows that we spent almost 40,000 already.
Special case.
Yeah, up in medical.
Okay, fair enough. As long as there's an explanation, I still wanna make sure we were.
Yep. Yep.
Fair enough.
She's not here anymore.
Okay. I just saw it was way over the, so, okay, fair enough. As long as you know what caused it.
Yep, absolutely. I increased the meals for the prisoners. We're doing good right now for this fiscal year because we've been at about half to a little over half inmate population, so we're doing pretty good there. Our equipment repairs, our utilities. When I looked at the budget, our budget was pretty good for the utilities, so I didn't really, it felt like I needed to increase it, but I didn't really increase it because we were in good shape, and I don't know whether it's because we've worked with the commissioners over the last 3 years, and we've replaced HVAC units, and we've done all things to improve the technology in there. We've changed some lights out to use more efficient stuff, but for whatever reason, our utilities, and I don't want to jinx myself by saying that, but right now our utilities we're running right on target.
Is that an area we could drop some?
I hate to do that because of the world. You never know.
But you're 2 times what if you continue, say you go $10,000 for the year, you're still twice what you need. Last year we spent 14,000.
Yeah, so in our utilities, as of yesterday, when Nora pulled in, I know that everything hasn't already gone through the auditor's office. as of yesterday, we have spent $16,415.76 of the $22,000.
How can that be?
Out of what, sorry?
Utilities.
Out of the jail utilities.
You'll run out. You'll run out of money then.
I don't know how you went from 4,000 one month to 16,000 next.
Well, this is as of, well, this would take us up through September, 9/1.
That's the 2026 spend, what date is that through?
June 30th.
June 3.
So 3 months worth of work.
That makes sense.
No.
So
Yes.
You'll end up at 32,000.
Yes, I'm sorry,
25 over.
I misspoke, that's what we
That,
have.
the 16,000 is the unexpended.
Unexpended.
So what they have
That makes more
expended.
sense, girl.
Yeah, no, that's my fault. It's green, so that means that's what. So, yeah, so I'm not sure, again, when I looked at that, I know that utilities usually go up every year. So, if we get down to the end of the year and what we've done to make improvements in the systems have paid off, then that might be somewhere where you can take some of that out of there.
We gotta take it out now. We can't take it out the end of the year.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I understand.
You take 5,000 off of it, takes it down 17, and it's still gonna give you 15% to play with.
Yeah. I'm okay with that. That just, utilities just make me nervous.
At the end of the day, if it doesn't work, they probably shut the lights off on you.
You never know.
You met NIPSCO?
I bet we would.
You gotta get over it.
Boy, where they would, I'm just saying.
Any other questions on
He's saying
jail?
that's an additional, he won't say no to.
Well, because that's a recorded that I came up with the idea, I'll be able to. Have to ask one of you guys to make that motion.
Next, we have John as Fair Board, if you want to speak on that, page 37. Everything kept the same, so.
Yeah, I did. Pretty cool thing. The very first time. At least since I've been involved in it. We are able to provide a summary.
Can we take a time out? We're, as far as maintaining the jail, where's that at?
This Joe cumulative, you didn't go over that, but
We haven't got to that yet.
Okay,
Just getting to you,
that's what I was curious about.
thinking there's another page there.
Paper.
yeah, that's Brody Fox paper.
Paying Brody too much.
I don't pay him anything. He just gives it. He just likes that heavy paper. I'm not sure why. Okay, so, ever since I've been involved in the Fair Board, it always seems like we have been behind. And John mentioned this a while back, and I talked to them about trying to finally be able to get to the point where we actually can give everybody an idea about what it costs to put on the Benton County Fair. This year was really good. We had a lot of people there, a lot of vendors. I mean, this is probably one of the best fairs we've had in years. So this was a really good year to be able to give a snapshot. And when you look at this, so up on the top up there, it shows you, and this is just general, right? This is ballpark. This is what they pulled out of our QuickBooks. So in general, the income we generated was around $28,000 for the fair week income, fairground rental, and all that. That's what they brought in to the fairgrounds. The expenses, non-track events, things like the Fish Fry Fun Zone, rodeo, all those things we put on, cost $54,856. The track events, which were our cart race, our horse pull, the things that went on out the track, was $25,453. Our annual insurance that we pay out there is $52.80. And then we took a look at the utilities, And Brody said what he did outside of fair month. We just did some math, and our utilities out there should be around 14,455. Our advertising that we do, the ice, the repairs, everything we buy for the fairgrounds, the security for the safety, trash, all that stuff was around 23,738. And then we have the other things that we spend on our postage and our permits that we have to pay. The state has fees that we have to pay every year just to hold a county fair, and then we have to pay for other things from them. So the total expense is projected at the end of the year to be $125,143. So I will say our generated income was down this year. We got rained out twice on 2 of our big events, so that would have been higher. But we lost our race, our go-kart race, and we lost our big IPO tractor pull. So those 2 would have been huge for us. That brings income back into the fair board to offset the costs. So if you subtract that and then you submit, one of you have, I must have you my paper. I did the math on the bottom of it, so. You might have it. But then you take away what we get in our annual budget, which is about 50 grand. It cost about 46,000 this year out of our fair backer money. That's our donor money that we spent to be able to put that fair on. That still leaves around $30,000 in our account that we have to carry forward at the end of the year into 2027. So for the very first time, we've been able to turn the book around. You know how we were always like sucking the account dry. So we want to do that. So now Beth, what you'll see is, so when we get a bill from A1 for Fund for their 15,000, you'll see that come through as a claim. So it'll come through in the same year that they did. So we finally.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know the commission, I've talked about it with the commissioners, but when you guys turn in those claims, instead of draining the whole fund or account for, like, cause there's 2 account lines, there's the fair board and the fair board ground upkeep. And instead of using both of those for all your claims to reimburse the fair board for the fair, we'll keep the fairground upkeep line only for repairs strictly, correct? Because before, they were using both account lines to pay to reimburse the fair board for just the fair strictly.
And so on some of it is for repair. Like for example, we pay Lyle to come out and do all the electric.
Right, stuff like that, yes, but I'm saying for just like events or vendors and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that. That's gotta be that's gotta be kept separate.
Yep, and that's fine. And then that's where a lot of that is paid for with our fair backer money that comes in from all of our fair support. So that's how we offset that. But it kind of gives you an idea about what it costs to put a fair on. Kind of about where the money comes from. And again, for the first year, Brody and Nikki Harmon, who is our treasurer, they're estimating that we should have going into January 1 somewhere around $30,000 in the account to be able to add to what the budget is from the council for the fair. Going into 2027, so that's really good.
What it says upcoming expenses, track measure repair, they just put that up, and I know that the storm blew that over, but that's on us. Pay for it, there's no insurance.
Yeah, we work with commissioners on it, we're still working
We
on
had to
that.
turn the claim in, what it was gonna get, what we were gonna get dinged on for a hit to turn a claim in versus what actual damage was out there.
Just shove it back up.
You know, our deductible's $10,000 and there wasn't.
Yeah. Fair enough.
So did the county go out and put in new or more posts in between, hold it back out?
No, we pushed it back up and we did some of that just to get through the fair, so then we can figure out what we're gonna do.
You just need to have more posts in it, they're gonna have those strands in it, it's just too much pressure.
Yeah, so, we were gonna work that out with you guys, whether you want us to use some of that end of the year money that we have to do that, we can do that, or however you wanna do that from a partner. We're just gonna have that conversation, we just wanna get through the fair.
What's the rough cost on the suppression hood and the softball?
So the softball is something that we're gonna have to do a little bit at a time, so those are things, softball, I think, is to get enough softball to be able to keep at the fairgrounds so that we can put races on every other weekend, because the idea was to bring money into the community and, help, put money back into the fair board so we can put on, make money so we can put on fair with it. That softball is around 60,000, so we are going to do some fundraising, and we've got a couple of fair partners that have said that they're willing to help with some of that. The hood, we already own the hood, it's sitting in storage. It's just a matter of paying, the other people and the electrician and all that to install it and do all that, but we already own it. That was something we got, keep getting dinged on by the fire marshal, and we tell him we're not gonna do that cooking like that. But get that up and that'll make that, and then, so, these guys have done a lot. County Highway does a lot for us. Can't thank them enough. We couldn't do what we do without the commissioners helping us. We've still got some things to do. We walked with, Sean. We went and looked at the horse barn posts are rotting off on the outside. We got some things we're gonna do to mitigate that. We came up with a plan for replacing the rotted posts at the bottom of the, 4-H food concession stand. So we're gonna try to work on that stuff. But we really have tried to work with these guys, and the maintenance and all that, we always run through them because they're structures that belong to the county and to the county commissioners. So we try to go through them, to partner with them to do that, what we need to do to fix stuff up.
Has the building ever been rented out? I mean, to generate income?
So they actually have set pricing for, different, whether you want to rent the new South Event Hall or, the Hog Barn for an open show. Yes, it gets rented out, and that's where some of that, generated income, comes in up there. But yeah, we've had a handful, I don't know how many, maybe half a dozen or 8 times so far this year they've rented space out there.
Okay, go to page 42, Hume Jail.
So in Cume Jail, again, working with Sean and stuff, we've got some things we really need to do in there. Our door locking and unlocking systems, we've got some problems with that. We've got a problem with our video system in there. But I guess I told the commissioners we're going to just try to keep things running for right now until we can get a roof on the jail, because we are still getting a lot of water intrusion in through the roof and through the walls. And I don't wanna go spend a lot of money putting a system in it and have it start burning up on me. So we keep limping along. One of the things that's in the budget this year for the jail was a 1-year, I think it was $5,200 or $5,500 contract with SAS to support the jail camera system for 1 more year. We looked at a couple of different options, and they got a couple of different quotes. One from SAS, one from a company that's quoting, I think, Jason Fisher for a trailer camera per tech. Yeah. They quoted a jail to redo the camera system in a jail with the same 64 cameras, $400,000, and that's not doable. So. And I don't want to put that kind of money inside that jail until we stop that water leaking in there. So, so we're working with the commissioners on that, and I know they're working on that. But
So Beth, what balance are we gonna have by the end of the year? 'Cause obviously we can't support this right now.
Right, it's tax dollar generated, there's no.
When our cube jail
From
tax-
June, what,
When does the cube jail tax take?
we get it in June and December.
But we increased it, or we passed it
Yes, this
last
year,
year?
it took
so
effect
it'll-
this year.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect, thank you.
So the year-to-date receipts look to be 55,000. So would we expect another check for 55 at the end of the year?
I would say no, I don't think it'll be that much, cause a lot of people pay their taxes.
Oh, it's all property taxes.
Yeah.
so right now, we're just fixing what needs to be fixed. We've got, get some quotes to fix some, I've got some toilets and things back in the jail in the pods that are leaking. We've got water shut off, I believe, in 2 or 3 of the cells right now because of some leaks we've got going on. And again, it's a good time to only be at half pop, right? Because I can shut those off and then we can fix these things a little bit at a time through the rest of the year. We had a hit on the jail cum for some software costs for Spillman that were being sent to the former sheriff that we never got, that I had to fix, and Jason Fisher had to fix on his side for some of that, so that took a chunk out of the jail cum, so I told the commissioners we will fix things back there a little at a time and keep an eye on jail cum so we get to the end of the year until December's drop comes through. And then we'll work within the budget that we have and we'll just make it happen.
So Bev, how should we adjust this?
I mean, I would say at least budget
60?
50 or 60 probably. I would definitely keep some in the miscellaneous unappropriated, just because if something comes up, we need something budgeted in that line.
Get the 5,500 camera system, that's a camera system contract, is that right, you extended?
That's the 1 year, yeah.
We got $9,600 that we're not gonna use in photography. Can we put that, could some of that be put into his regular jail budget? I think it would be a way to find.
I mean,
Well,
if
if
you.
you leave the 9,600 in there, he could just pay that out of
So-
that account versus this one.
Yes, what she said.
That number get added to the bottom of the 53, or it was in that 53?
It was in the 53.
Doubling it back up again.
Yeah, so if we leave it as a photography line,
Oh,
we
you're
do that
okay.
yeah, we just leave it rather than cut it, and you just put that.
Seems like cameras and photography are kinda close.
Yeah, the difference was again, trying to keep them separate, so
Right.
the camera system in the jail versus the cellular technology.
Right, and that's understandable, but we can't add to the budget of what
Yeah.
you've requested, so
Yeah,
since
no.
it's already requested there, just know that when you get
Yeah.
that claim goes to the
Okay.
photography line versus into the jail,
Okay.
cube jail.
Okay, but that was my answer to trying to get through the camera system jail one year, was just,
Yeah,
just
definitely.
do that up and then we'll take a look at it again this time next year.
It'll take a while for $400,000 cube jail account.
Yeah, so one of the things that was interesting about the SAS was they do theirs on like a 4-year program, like you pay for the system over a 4-year program. So that might be something to entertain. When that time comes, when we're ready to put that new infrastructure in the walls and inside the jail, probably do something more like that, because buying those systems outright now, that's just incredibly too expensive.
Anything else for John? Thanks, John, I really appreciate all you do.
No, thank you, I appreciate all you guys do.
Page 6.
Wow.
So then the 53 would be reduced by the 88, or leave it?
Leave it.
Okay.
They're leaving it.
And then leave the other one as well.
So then what about the 9,300, are you leaving the photography?
Yes,
That-
that's
Leaving
yeah.
the papers.
That's the cameras now.
50.
But that gets me really good.
Chauncey?
Actually, nothing gets moved. Better.
Just gotta keep it away.
We're just gonna leave them alone, kind of.
Let her ride.
Making that.
Jason, page 28.
Seats warm for you, Glenn.
Does anybody want? Yes.
Said that like it's a hot seat.
15 years.
Really, Ross?
Get her done, man.
28 worth. With dispatchers.
Good. Meeting out there with Mr. Hall.
And following along.
No, you put in the wrong one back.
No, I did not. I promise you that.
That's something I would.
Sean's gonna go home and find his actual binder.
Are you
for this
sure?
year. I guarantee it.
She's keeping that one, go home and take
Oh,
you
is that
another
after
one.
you grab last year's binder?
Yes.
I
started looking at it, I'm like,
I'm not gonna lie, I was a
these are the
little
right
nervous about that
numbers.
myself. I double checked it 3 times to make sure I grabbed the right one.
Well, they look the same.
they do, I'll give you that.
I will give you that.
So you gotta color code them out back.
Yeah. I'll do purple.
That's not only, you have to get the big one, you have to get the big ones in different colors for each year.
So Jason, dispatcher 7, the only reason why we've expended less, that was someone you hired recently, I take it.
Yeah, for the last 2 years, I wanna say it's been rocky, but it has been, we're finally full staff. And we've got some good staff members. I think raising our pay to where we are has been very, very beneficial and partially an aspect of that, but when we interview individuals, the very fine line of getting people that can do the job and willing to after they find out what all it entails is difficult. We've got a really good staff now, and we hope to keep them, but obviously as things go in public safety and anywhere else in the workplace, it's always a change, so, but that has saved us a little bit of money being short, I took a position off and on throughout the year, so far.
Is there any way we can move one of these dispatchers to the 911?
Statewide.
Yeah. We've got a
I
fairly
mean-
decent sized balance there, and that would take it out of our budget, right?
Yes, it would take it out of county general. Let
We
me-
got 2 in there now. Doesn't make any difference to you.
No, all we're paying.
I mean, the cash balance in statewide as of today is 240,000, and his budget currently for 2027 is 203,000. So,
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to deplete it by any means.
Right, okay.
How much money do we get in from statewide? Cause I know we get part of the director's benefit and part of the,
Let me hang on.
what'd you say?
6414 every month.
Look at you.
So do we get the same amount each month, or?
It's been that way since I've been here.
How much you say it was?
64.
64,000?
No, $66,414.
Almost 77,000 a year.
Yeah.
So how do we come up with 362,000 year-to-date receipts in that category?
That's what I was looking at.
So occasionally, and we, at the last update, we occasionally, because it's a statewide revolving fund, we may get another deposit by the end of the year, it sounds like, but there's not a guarantee until it's coming, so.
An extra $250,000.
Right, and so I don't know, like, they don't typically tell us if our receipts are gonna go up, it's just based off of what the driver is with the state level, so. It's usually a surprise, I think, is the way they refer to it.
What was last year's receipts?
Well, so I wonder if, how much did you say?
So it's 362,000 for the first 6 months.
wonder if that's part of the carryover from last year.
And that's the ending
Yeah.
balance, 270, so
Yeah.
that's the ending balance plus the.
That's
Carryover.
if we got a big disbursement.
Year-to-date receipts. I would tell me that's what we got year-to-date.
But as of
But it
January
makes a lot
1,
more
the-
sense, that 270,000 carried over to start that.
as of January 1, the carryover amount is considered a receipt in financials.
Okay. Alright, that was pretty well. I thought we were doing well on that account.
But you're not doing bad, it's just, you probably still pay one salary out of it, but
We're paying two now.
oh, we are.
So you got the next page too, Jason, for Deacon. Didn't look like anything.
Nothing really there. A little bit of increase, I think, for Josh. He's doing a lot more work for us on the radios, which saves us a huge amount of money countywide, not just the law enforcement. We're probably doing some sort of law enforcement radio work every week, and then we take care of the fire department, it's all EMS. So he's here a little bit more than what we anticipated, even with having all the technology. So it's definitely a savings, and I think Motorola charges $50 for every radio, and that's a base fee that doesn't include travel time and everything else for us to work on them, so. It's definitely a pretty good savings. I think Phil can attest on the fire department side.
I can attest to his fire department or the county side, he has saved us countywide a lot of money. And he's helped the departments out in this county as well.
Yeah.
So, he's very good at what he does, and he makes sure we're taken care of.
Yeah, I know, right?
Page 44. And 45.
Is your ambulance billing a contract?
Yes.
Okay. Cause it didn't increase this year, that's why I was asking.
It, really, it's based off of their return, so, the better job they do, the more money they make off of monthly billing, so. That's good. There's no flat fee for us except for, I think their percentage on it, so.
Jason, on overtime, having a full slate, do you think we'll need that much more overtime?
They get paid overtime every payroll.
Yeah, and so, I know it's hard, it's hard to explain, but it's also hard to imagine, and we went through it, I don't know, it's been 15 years now, we went through it every couple of years. So with the EMS staffing, they work 48 hours a week. We went for a long time with having a full-time staff of 9 paramedics, where we tried to staff 2 extra paramedics on a part-time basis. Nowadays, that's impossible, and so they absorb that extra day that used to be covered, and they're getting overtime for that. But I think when we did the math, I don't know, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, it might be even farther back, the offset of what we pay out in salary for overtime of those individuals, or what we would pay for for 2 other positions plus benefits plus retirement wasn't a huge wash. And it's a lot easier to staff or to find less paramedics right now still. And so that number, I've not ran it for a while, but it doesn't change the paramedic shortage either. And so right now we're sitting in a really good spot. So yes, our EMS staff works 2,080 normal hours, and then they work 832 hours of overtime, or they're at work for 832 hours of overtime. And so that's the difference in the money that you see in their paramedics. And so
Still looks like you can almost go back to the 200,000, you can still have a $20,000 buffer.
We got $73,000 for 1 year,
right,
year to date.
And if you go back to the last 4 or 5 years, and some of those years were understaffed, right? So that should have been higher. So last year was 180.
right, for this year, for the last 2 months, you know, we'll technically be down 2 staff members, so we'll have some savings there. It's not something we like to do, but as long as we're staffed, not at an emergency level, we don't get in a hurry, because we know it saves a little bit of money. Not that we don't wanna be normal staff, but, we wanna find the right people too, and that's the other part of it, so.
We dropped it back to where it was, 200,000 last year, you still got 50,000.
It's fine.
I agree.
On your overtime, is it time and a half or just?
And that's FLSA, I don't know if anybody's in the room that was here then.
It's time and a half.
In the early 90s, the FLSA Wage and Labor Office came through the county. Jim might have been around, but they weren't paying overtime, and they weren't paying on-call time, and so the county got slapped with a fine. I got the news article. And a lot of people got back pay checks for 2 years, and that was a year when they figured out for EMS and law enforcement, they were making people be on call, but not paying them. And so that's where the focus in in our book for us was 40 hours of regular pay and 8 hours of overtime because of the FLSA requirement. So, that's where that number derives from. It was a long time ago. The one big thing is probably our supplies. This year we're going gangbusters with critical care calls and severe car accidents, cardiac arrest. It's been a bad year. And so that number in supplies has kind of wowed me, but if I look back through what we've ordered from Foundry, what we've ordered from the pharmacy, it's significant. And we've had a lot of significant critical care incidents. That's probably the biggest driver for supplies. They're one of the biggest drivers for supplies. So.
If you keep up on that, we're not gonna be out of money here pretty soon.
I bet if you checked, you're already out.
Yeah. Hopefully we're under on some of the other items.
Right?
Yeah, it's been supply-wise, it's been a very unusual year, so.
That's probably running gas and oil.
We've had some odds and ends expenses. We've replaced chairs that we've had since 2011. That was an extra $1,000, and so most of our office furniture was donated by State Farm. And when I started as the director in 2011, we're just now replacing it 15 years later, so we got our free money out of it. But some of those things are probably part of that expense too, not a lot.
Okay, page 52. Payroll here.
Is this overtime the EMTs or is this the paramedics?
That's
This is
paramedics.
So how are we gonna end up the year in there? I mean, we spent 83,000, we only got 110 budgeted.
We're already negative in that line.
Right.
20,000.
It looks like we have to, can we take it from that part-time paramedic line, obviously?
That's what we've done in the past.
At the end of the year, yeah, if
Yeah.
there's still money left,
That's-
we can move it around, yeah.
That's what we'll have to do.
Because of the paramedic shortage, we have less people that want to work part-time, and so some of our staff does pick some of those major vacancies up that are short-staffed, but.
It looks like there's gonna be extra to full-time as well, based on your.
I don't know, after watching budget sheets for 15 years, we get to this point, I panic. And you can ask Audrey, we'd be like, I don't know if we're gonna make it, but then whatever the average is for the remainder of the year, we always, not every year was like that, but it always seems to work out somewhere somehow, but not every year.
And the next page is 61.
And I think when we increased that, it was, some of that was the unknown, but we also had the understanding, I remember last year's discussion was we would, if we were short, we would have overtime potentially. Luckily, staffing too, dispatchers really saves that like EMS with our staffing change. And I think the idea was we would try that for a year and see where it took us.
Last
If I
year, did
remember,
we
yeah.
figure that when the budgets were submitted in 24 or 25 for 26, the budgets were
There was a-
submitted incorrectly?
Right, those amounts were not correct. So
Yeah, so
that- that's
therefore
a short,
we,
so.
yes, we left the overtime because we would need it for salaries because they were figured incorrectly.
Right.
So technically, since salaries are figured correctly for 27, we should be able to adjust overtime for 27, correct?
Then I would say so, yes, I would
Okay.
agree with that.
Just the director.
Me.
Think we can make that 50,000?
For overtime? Because then we have the line item now for night shift differential too.
Yeah, I mean, if you drop that down and we're able to leave the part-time budget where it is, we would have the part-time budget to supplement that. I would like to add a part-time person, but it's a very difficult job to get somebody to come in and train for 80 to 120 hours for a part-time job, so it may not work often, so.
Make it 50? All right, I think that's all for John or Jason.
Cool. I just had a couple quick things. I don't know if you guys are considering capital projects or anything. I talked to Phil about it yesterday. Since it's not something that's very difficult to take out of our budget. Since we built the original addition to the building and then the new addition, one thing we've never had is, I'll say, new lockers for our staff. The first set of lockers we had from the Oak Grove Country Club. We had those until, I don't remember how many years ago, I bought the lockers from Christine and Company. And we've used those ever since, and they're fine, but.
The Eloquinet's starting to wear off.
Yeah, they're a nice pinkish color, and they do their job. But if there's any place we have consideration, the company that we get our furniture from, we can get lockers for both stations, and that's for 15 people. It'll be right at $15,000. It's something hard to ask for, but it's one of those things that they've used lockers since I've been around, 2009. So if there's any place that's a consideration that we can do. And then just so you guys have an update. I'll send that way. Oop, let me see. Get this one up. I updated our budget. I updated our budget, our grant list. I'm gonna be in the copies. Just so you have an idea of what we've brought in every year since 2016-ish. The big additions for this year is we received notification for our Rural Healthcare Transformation Act grant. And so we'll receive, or we have the ability to spend up to $300,000 on a community paramedicine program starting in September 1st. And so it can't backfill pay, but it'll help with the program, and then obviously we receive some equipment from it also. But that just gives you an understanding of what we're able to bring in. At least through grants. Currently for this year, I've got a grant through Safe Streets for All, which is a federal program for $400,000 that's out still. AFG grant through the U.S. Fire Administration for about, I think it was $400,000 for all new cots, and then our FEMA BRIC grant to replace the remaining sirens is still being reviewed. I know they're looking at it because I asked for documentation, so I'm hoping that's a good sign. And so if we get a couple more of those, that would be really good for the year.
You write all your own grants?
A couple, like the Safe Streets for All, I talked to Curbsy a little bit because they've done those and they're doing the plan. And so they gave me some really good data to add to it since they know their it works, it was definitely an odd grant to get, so.
The funding, well, the grants he's writing for the weather sirens has been very important, because each one of those sirens to replace them is roughly between $37,000 to $40,000. And it's something that we have to have in the county. So there's a lot that goes into that as well, where it saves us a lot of money to get those replaced.
How many sirens do we have to replace?
Includes 5 sirens and then adding, we call all hazards transmission stickers to all the ones that we've replaced. So we can send messages out if something happens and we need to get a message out because cell phones don't work or radios aren't working, so.
We've replaced what, 3 or 4 in the last few years?
I think we're up to 4, yeah. We're working our way across the south. We've got Oxford was the most recent one. We need to do Fowler and Otterburn and then Benton Central. So, since there's a siren there, or that's the plan. So as we work our way that direction, so.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
Emily. Page 15.
Morning.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Can't count for now.
Anything you wanna tell us about your budget? Some changes in how it's being handled now, the contract, so if you wanna just brief the rest of the council on that.
Yeah, so I met with Jim, we can start with kind of the whole transformation as a whole. So first off, I'm Emily Ade, so I am now the regional operations leader for Benton, Fountain, Warren, and Tiffany counties for Purdue Extension. Previously was the Warren County 4-H educator for 6 years, and then in June 1, I got this promotion. So I'm sure a lot of you have known that Purdue Extension is going through a transformation, or maybe you've heard a little bit about it. So here's a little bit of a overview of kind of what's gonna happen. And so I guess where it comes into play, mostly for contractual services is what we're asking. We are going based off population in the new contractual services. So as you guys can see, you guys would be in tier A, which is the 0 to basically 10,000. For 56,000, that is a bit of an increase for you guys. But what is now included in contractual services is educator technology. So we got to bring down that line item, which would be, I think it's the 336300. You guys we do have still a lease out with Purdue, which is why we couldn't completely zero it out, but we think we left just enough money in there to pay that lease exact for the year. And then also starting in 2027, the contractual services will include the mileage for Purdue Extension educators. So that line item also got taken down quite a bit. We didn't zero it out completely because we still do have county staff that transport things for us. But we were able to save about roughly $4,000 or $3,000. So that's kind of all that it includes in the contractual services and things like that. Trying to think what else. And I know we still talked with Phil and Jim in May about using county transportation.
And they
So
have
that's why we
approval for that, with Kelly being an employee of the county, she can drive our county vehicle, which will take out of having to turn mileage in as well, so that'll remove that from it.
So that's why we were able to kind of take out more mileage, keep just a little bit in there, because there are circumstances where I might be on the road and do something, so, but I think the big one too is that I asked for, you guys have a secretary one, which is that is Kelly, and then we have a part-time secretary two, which is Justine. Hurst. We hired her back in April? Time has gone so quickly. And so I asked to break that out from the summer assistant and part-time secretary, just because, it kind of makes it a headache for Kelly to track that. And with the increase, we kept the money the same, but asked for an additional $5,000 for that summer assistant. Which that part-time secretary at that $16,265 would get her in the office, at least 3 days a week at her current pay, and be able to help out more in the office. I think as far as budget, that is the overview that I met with Jim and Phil about back in whenever we were, it's a long time ago.
It was May.
It was,
Phil, you can help, because I know we have a problem with the director and the pay, and so we did get a credit back a few years ago.
So we did, so there was it kind of went off the rails for a couple of years. We were having a tremendous issue working with the previous staff members within Purdue and Benton County. We were not getting provided, our kids in our programs were not getting provided the
impact they should have.
well, but yeah, the services, excuse me, that we were paying for. So, they refunded our money, partially, for, the positions that weren't being filled that were being paid for. We did get that money back. After that, there was a, transition in, staffing from Purdue that completely turned this program around. We now have members in here that are threefold doing what needs to be done. They're taking care of the kids, the programs, everything we ask that they're doing. So basically, when Jim and I met, with Emily, we're pretty much bringing back now where we were originally, with the original contract when we weren't being provided the services. They have since proven that they are taking care of it. We have great staff in the extension office now, and things are moving forward the way they're supposed to, and it's everybody's been very happy with it.
So in full transparency, I appreciate that. Actually, this week we got a resignation from Dylan. So I was going to.
You were saying?
Oh, you checked.
So I was, right before, I was like, that covers budget, I need to update you guys.
Phil really liked her.
We all really liked her. She has an amazing opportunity that's presented to her that she cannot pass up. With this transformation, I wanna make it clear we are service-based. That does not mean, we will be covering Benton County 4-H while we formulate a plan on figuring it out. Part of this transformation, as you can see on your document, is that, 4-H is covered locally. So for the time being, still within this, we have a great group of 4-H educators that will work together to cover Benton County while we figure out, while we move towards figuring that out. It just happened, so I'm still figuring it out.
So is Dylan that first line item?
No, Dylan, so technically with John and Dylan and any of the Purdue educators that with the contractual services, again, it's a service based, so we are now a regional model. So we have 9 counties in our regional model. So that contractual services is Purdue educators.
Okay.
Your county staff is out of your part-time secretary, your summer assistant.
Yep.
And your secretary one, which would be Kelly Walby.
Right.
Who's been there for multiple years now. So again, that secretary one, Kelly Walby. Summer assistant was Casey Anthrop this summer, if any of you had a chance to meet her. And then your part-time secretary two is now Justine Hurst, which had been vacant for a little while, but we have filled that position with a really great individual. So yes, unfortunately, it is very new that resignation came. But I'm working on it.
Will there be an interview process then I'm going with? Should
We are-
fill that?
It might be where we, in the transformation, where we move people around again, or, there could be a potential hire. However, I am not sure at this moment, just because it was very new, so I'm still working on getting that information. And I will be very transparent with you guys as we go through that.
She was doing Warren County and Benton County.
She hadn't technically started.
That hadn't switched yet.
That hadn't switched yet.
Okay.
That was, what we were working towards.
Yeah.
So, again, I'm working on getting answers on how that's gonna look in the future, but the part of the transformation is that 4-H is still being delivered locally. I know that for a fact, that's not going to change, so.
So for our budget process is really the summer assistant is a new line item for us, so that.
Technically, yes. I think as of, in your 2026 budget, it was still the part-time secretary 2 had $16,848, as you can see. And so that's not new, but now we took that down but added the summer assistant below it for the 5,000 to kind of separate those so we could track it better, what money's coming out of what, and how much we have left and things like that. Because we were initially paying 2 people. You guys have always had a summer assistant, but 2 positions were out of that line item.
Yes.
So the part-time secretary, has she not worked much, or we just hired her?
We just hired her in April and she started in middle of May. I think when me, you and John and Phil sat down, she had not started yet. So she just started in May. So she has not, and then there should be, and then the summer assistant did, and she left in August, I'm assuming. Yeah, but yeah, I don't.
We just haven't paid her yet, or didn't show up as of June. Obviously.
Correct.
Yeah.
So she would have started maybe mid-June or June, I don't know. Everybody's interns and summer assistants are different.
She started around 1st of June. Any questions for Emily or John? All right, we'll do our best. Good luck in your new hire.
Thank you, guys.
Nicole? Page 3.
Save
So, I am asking for another around 20% increase, and then just a little bit more after that. L&D, which is our tax bill mailing company, figuring around $3,400 this year. They were $3,200 this year. Sorry, $3,400 next year. It may not be as much, but just guessing on that one.
Do they do the mailing?
Yes, that is
And
not
you
done in-house
You
anymore.
just pay for them out of that line item for envelopes?
It's out of multiple lines, but yes.
Okay.
Yes. And then I'm requesting for a new copier next year as well. That is $41.20 is what he has quoted me on. Currently, I wanna say ours is probably close to 10 years old. And at this point, we can't even print on it. It delays, like when I print monthly statements or any kind of paperwork, it'll delay. I don't think that it's, from what IT has said, it's not compatible to the Windows 10, whatever we have. So it's not compatible at this point.
Have you guys approved that? Has she asked you for it?
No.
Okay. You're just looking for it in the budget?
Them first, I thought I was asking you guys for.
I think if it's over,
$1,000 that comes through us.
it goes to you guys and then But if the funding's there, then it's just,
Then it's approved.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a formality essentially.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just asking you guys for
Make sure it's there.
yeah, and then, yeah, when it's comes in, asking them. And then our two computers at our counter, are very obsolete, they're so slow. It's ridiculous. We bought, towards the end of last year, we bought computers for us, and they were, I think, around 1,100 each, or 1,000 each, I can't remember which, something around there, between 1,000 and 1,100 each. The ones for our counter, probably, I don't know if they're gonna be as that much, he said it depends on what we wanna put on it. They're gonna be plain Jane, we don't need much for the counter computers, so, I was asking for that. And then,
Is that your miscellaneous maintenance?
yeah, that's kind of where I put it, is the miscellaneous. If I need to adjust it into one of the other lines, I'm okay with that, that's fine. Let's see. The clerical line, Kate and I are pretty much doing tax season, so we're not even using any other people right now. We are using Cindy Rennig as our part-time person, basically. She's an as-needed person. So when we go to conference, she covers the office, which is not very much. We go to conference in spring, so I think that's March, for like 2 days. And then we just went to fall conference, and that was 3 days. And then if we need her any other time, but otherwise, I mean, we're very minimal on needing the clerical help at this point. So I did drop that down a little bit, and next year, I'll probably drop it down even more, so. I just wanna be safe at this point. Because with trying to get the new computer and the new copier, I don't know if I really left myself for much budget for supplies. So, there's that. But I did a comparison, I don't know if this is comparable or not, but the towns do get paid more than us. So that, I went off of Fowler, Otterburn, and Oxford, and Boswell. As far as their salaries, I don't know if that's really fair or not, but I did, and it's way more than the county overall for us, so.
Do you have a comparison for us to look at?
I don't have multiple copies, if you guys wanna pass them around, I highlighted.
Do you wanna make us copies?
I
And then-
can.
And then while
Yeah.
we're discussing.
The
Do you want me to go?
print 'em off.
I'll say, can you clean that up?
I can do
Until
it
next
now.
year.
I can't afford stamps to get them here, so.
Alright, I'll be right back.
The computers last year were a little over $2,800, that was for
And Matt was able to take what they had, and he did some switch around like he did for Glenda in the recorder's office. We had to update some in there. So Matt was able to take the best of what we had at the time to make the public ones, you know, because those were so out of whack. I mean, you couldn't even really turn them on anymore. They were that far gone. So Matt was able to save us some money that way by refurbishing, getting those, and like anything, you know, once they get to the end of life, you just end life when it comes to the technology side of it. So he does everything he can to prolong them until the point we just can't.
So there's no formal program of like a 3 or 5 year
I don't believe
cycle
so.
on all of,
No, well, so I guess I need to go back on that since we took over as commissioners and changing our IT company that we had an extreme amount of issues with, and then bringing Matt on board, it has actually saved us quite a bit of money that way because to an extent, our first year or so, there was a lot of end of life that was being band-aided back together and we were paying for and not getting the, well, just quite honest with you, we didn't have the security that they said we had. Put us in a very, very, bad position. So we have had to spend the money between the courthouse, the prosecutor's office, and so on to get back to where it needed to be, so we didn't have security issues. But as that's leveling out now, things you'll see that we won't have near the expense of what we previously did, so.
With that being said, can Matt go through and say, make us a list?
He can.
And say, you know, we've got 6 computers in the clerk's office and they were
Yep.
bought in 2008, they'll need replaced in
Right.
2028, I've got.
Yep.
And granted,
Yep.
no computer's gonna last 20 years,
No,
but
no, and he
if we
can.
can get an idea of,
Planning for it's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, he can.
It seemed like a more figuring out what
Right.
what makes sense, if it's 3 years or 5 years, but.
Our biggest task the last couple of years has been our security.
right, definitely. And if we have that under control,
And
can we get
Yes,
a list of what he has
Yep.
under his purview?
Yep.
And when we're gonna be looking at replacing,
Yep.
and kind of get on the plan of saying, okay, we're gonna replace 4 computers every year. This year it's the clerk's office, next year it's the recorder's office, then it's gonna be the auditor's office, so that we can,
yep.
Do we still have the computers out at the county home that were in the office?
Those went to Glenda's office.
Yeah, those went to Glenda's office. That's what kept on having to spend money out of there was we were able to transfer them in here, so.
that would be something I would like to see
That,
Matt,
that
to
can be
see
done.
a list of who has what and
Okay,
Same concept on the copier printer, like
Right,
if
yeah.
if it makes sense to,
right.
I don't know the right answer,
why
but
spend 6
have a more
months,
formal program for,
why spend 6 months with Nicole waiting for
Well, and that's, we
January budget
need
to
to,
be able to
that's
buy the
set up
printer.
through Cardinal, isn't it? Isn't it Cardinal who they used to run with or who would
Yeah.
come and service?
Right, but just Nicole didn't have it in her budget.
And she did not, correct, and, yeah.
But yes, it is through Cardinal, that's who I got mine from last year.
But I mean, if we can get, you know, a list of who's got a printer and how often we're gonna need to replace them and have a more set budget of, okay, every year we know that our technology budget is gonna be
Right,
$10,000. And we know what office is gonna get that $10,000, maybe, rather than waiting 6 months for a copier that's not gonna work and she has a 2027 budget to
Right.
wait for.
I don't think it's working right now.
it's not.
It's better than replacing 3 in 1 year.
Right, exactly,
Yeah.
3 in 1 year and nothing for 6 years, and then, so if we can get more of a preventative,
correct.
maybe we can trade it in for an upgrade or new or something, rather than waiting until it's dead
And we're buying everything, like we own everything, it's not leases.
Yeah,
The only one,
The-
don't quote me on it, but I think the only leased ones we have is the surveyor's
Yes,
office.
sir.
Maybe they're big,
yeah,
they have a big,
Oh.
like,
that massive one for the,
For the
for
maps,
the
yeah.
blueprints and the maps.
Anyone have any other questions for
Nicole.
Nicole?
Other than-
Jennifer. Nicole. If not, why don't we take a break and then we'll starting the process.
It's freezing in here. There's a reason I brought my sweater.
I know. I was looking for my heater that's under my desk.
Poured your walls yet?
Look at his
How'd that
hands.
go?
Oh, it sucked bad.
No blowouts?
No blowouts.
Well,
They got
it could've been
lost.
worse then.
Showed up an hour late.
I can
did all
hear
5
too.
trucks at the same time. Real handy.
What if the camera picked it up?
Last one, we'll
She
separate.
not eat this?
They
Well,
had,
no, they
to,
can just-
they had to back up, pull forward and hit the brakes and bust. It was bad.
Really?
you heard the lead.
I think they cured me of concrete.
Well, I talked to Kim and Chrissy Tuesday because we were.
I was watching videos on that and blowouts or whatever, and of course, then everybody standing
Well,
there
Kim
looking
told
at
me that she
everybody.
had just gotten home, she'd been at the hospital.
Pretty bad.
I didn't say anything.
No, that was good. Just
Jim.
so much fun.
Good, how are you?
Yeah, so he done it.
So I mean, what was the hard thing on you guys? I thought you guys were just going around and just vibrating and.
They kept closing up the pump truck.
And he.
The number.
So then what did you blow it?
No, the guy that's running the truck, he was a relatively new guy and he sucked. So
Yes.
it plugs up right at the very end.
You just keep mumbling words and I'll get it there.
Oh.
And they wanted to
Get
tap
after it, we don't have all freaking day.
but they
I
didn't
got down and
they
went
just
to
did
get
the
the piss out of it and let it loose. And he's like,
And
well,
then-
I didn't know you could do that.
Monday night, like they thought.
You're the operator here.
Chrissy was there, cause he was like not coherent, like he was talking.
Yeah, they killed us. man.
It's not making any
Finger
sense.
yellow. All that line.
Chrissy called.
Oh, I was gonna say, probably burnt
Kenny
shit out of you.
and told him,
Yeah, every little
"Hey,
cut, it is.
we need to decide like are we.
Get the
gonna
dirties
repair
out and
because
just
soak it in it?
it's
Yeah.
at that point.
No, it was a bad
And
deal,
they decided
man.
that night to just do free care.
Probably a good thing I didn't come over and watch that. I wanted to
Next
watch
day,
it now.
Kenny and I went down, it's fine. On room air,
Yeah.
no,
Not even.
on room air, no, like,
No ID.
monitors or anything on them. Yeah, we stayed there all day, he was talking fine, he napped quite a bit, but,
Like, but, I mean, you're in the
yeah.
hospital, what are you supposed to do?
We brought him home Tuesday evening, they did put him on hospice, but they brought him home, or we brought him home, and then
Go to the
they had
store.
oxygen set up at his house for him, so in the event that he needs it, but I don't know, it sounds like.
So do you
he's
guys
still-
vibrate that at all when it's coming up?
Just beat on it.
I didn't realize he was back home.
We brought him home Tuesday.
That's why you do it.
I don't know.
For so long it was.
Oh, there you go.
Right? And I just feel like.
Good, how are you doing? Help yourself.
Ron, how are you?
He makes those,
Well, I'll pick up the other half of that. It's normal anyhow, so.
so you keep his budget with more extra.
So you
So
really.
that's it, he's got last year's budget, that's why his pages are all.
I don't have any.
Jen was happy
Like
to
the.
Mine's up there. Well,
but yeah, I don't know.
I always turn mine back in.
that's what mine takes out.
She's
So it seems from like a pretty engagement there, they full insurance, you like, you're like. But you're gonna, at least, pieces that.
No, they will count.
So.
You can get by with it.
Like this.
Right, yeah.
And, but we use the whole pill, lose it.
Yeah.
Like 10 to 20 yards. Then you play the whole pill, 10 to 20 yards, watch the good, whole pill. That's it, or watch that. So this is.
Whoa.
I mean, we use all.
Well, no, she told Melissa.
Last year, you did.
I didn't know what she would need.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why you're in such a hurry, Nicole, you don't need a new printer, come on.
Wait, I saw
These are all mixed up, but they're all over there.
Okay.
we should have switched this one last time.
It's just been, right now, me and Chrissy have been switching off since I got home.
Talking about Bubba.
No, Kitty's dad.
We're just trying to make.
Is he not good?
How old is he?
Well, I didn't think about making copies, so yeah.
That looks awful good. Wish you'd said what.
It was, I had the
It could be, but it could be 21.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know he was back, but yeah, I talked to the girls for a week
That makes sense. Like.
Yeah, I remember them. Huh? I know, she bring us.
and go back and get, well, here's the stupid thing, we don't have a dermatologist office, I'm like, can I get a copy of my home? Cause I didn't, like, I literally got out, got dressed,
I started
didn't,
falling asleep.
without the
It sounded
I
like
was like, couldn't stop and get coffee. the line at Starbucks was forever long, I'm like, okay, so I went to Seven Brew, expecting it to be even longer, and I'm like, there's only 4 cars here, but.
Usually Seven Brew is longer, just
I
like
know,
on this side.
I know, exactly, and I had a gift card, and I was like, I don't know what I want. The lady was like, oh yeah, you gotta try this is my favorite, I'm like, okay, guess who forgot to use her gift card? This chick, like, I went there because I had the gift card.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Alright.
So I guess we get.
There's water in the fridge too. Cold.
It's younger, isn't it?
Sorry.
Give me a little bit.
Shut your mouth. Yeah, I knew Kim, or Chrissy said that she talked about the Medicare thing. Just, we have a group text with her, me, and Chrissy in it. I've been trying to stay out of it though.
Extra candidates.
Yeah, so.
Well, it's funny because Kim had messaged me last week about something else, and so I just messaged her because I was like, you know, I don't want to. She's like, here's Chrissy's number, so I text Chrissy, and I was like, Kim said you're dealing with this, and she goes, oh, so I'm dealing with this? I didn't know I was dealing with this. This is news to me. And I was like, I mean, I'll deal with it, but.
Right. Yeah.
And she's like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll call. I said, well, if you're calling, you're Diane. And she's like, what? And I said, if you call as Chrissy Dick, I said, you won't get anywhere. I said, because the number of people don't know that you're POA. I said, so call and say Diane. Like, you don't, you only because they don't know me, but call and tell them that you're Diane. Ask them about us because she's like, oh, okay.
You can lie and be anybody on the phone, I've been learning that.
Yeah.
Social Security.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dealing with dad stuff with mom and mom's calling in here.
Here, Chad, be.
But if I turn it down, just change your voice and get a lie.
Yeah.
Go run like I did and you'll warm your head.
Thank you for your help with breakfast.
I don't think we had, I don't think we
I'm
had
sitting in
anything
the
else
doctor's
to do,
office
so.
and she's like,
Oh,
I don't remember what's in the packets.
Here's for snacks in here, if you guys want some.
And she's like, her Trulicity. I'm like,
No,
I
I
said,
told her
have
she
to on that one.
knew. No, I'm not. I manage that one because she's on the Lily
Yeah,
Cares.
yeah, I was like, she's on, I said, I know she's on it, but she gets it first from Lily, so, I said, I can't tell you.
I will
any
say
of the-
too that,
on that.
as of right now, or as of yesterday, at closing, the only delinquents that we have are 289 parcels, equaling $187,000, $862.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So that's fantastic.
Is that better than obviously next paragraph?
Mhm.
Good.
What do you test out?
Like out of more
Just
curiosity.
compared to last year,
I'll start helping again.
last year when I was there, compared to that, I think it's doing really well right now.
That's good.
Yeah,
Proactive.
cause I think we were, at the
That's-
very
well, that's
beginning of
what I
the year, we were delinquent over 400.
She won't pat herself
Over
on the back,
400.
a proactive office.
No, I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole.
Yeah.
So I think we'll take the same approach as we had, let's do everything but salaries, and then we'll go back, talk about that. Cut sheet, do you know where we're at, or what?
What we need to cut.
I thought I usually did that after you met.
You can, sometimes you pass them out ahead.
I mean, I can work on it, but no, I don't have it done. I have it right here, but it's not done.
So are we
I mean,
close?
just
What do we-
an idea of how much we need to cut.
Mixed up.
That'd be a bad
Give
day.
me a little bit. Go through your stuff and start going through it all.
It doesn't work, man, we know what we're doing.
It's as bad as you.
So clerk, we cut,
Oh.
Yeah.
order, we cut.
Sometimes you throw up.
No, the auditor, I think we cut the auditor,
They come
we're good,
after
right?
you.
Just let our job. Right?
When they see it,
Oh,
does it give you a
thanks.
general idea?
What'd you
Does
say?
it give you like a general idea of the overall cut needed out of the general?
Out of the general?
I mean, that's where we take.
Majority of them.
So,
No, I'm good.
I'm here every
I'll
day.
make it happen.
Yeah, you would know.
What are we gonna do if you feel?
You're none better. Or is there none needed out of it?
so the initial max levy for 2027 is $4,823,077.
You say it again.
$4,823,077.
What was that number?
That's the max levy for
That's
27.
the initial max levy, so the estimated max levy is $5,115,276.
So do you know what, if everybody got what they asked for, what were we at?
In just county general, or? You're fine, I'm right here. It would be $7,418.62.
So 2.5 million needs cut.
Give me that number again,
$7,418.62. So it'd be not just from county general though, because your max levy funds would be like county general, and then your cum funds, and is an EMS one too?
Almost 2.2 million.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot.
Yeah.
That seems, yeah.
But how much of that is salary though?
Yeah,
You know, I mean, if we do,
right, flat, yeah.
if we don't bank on any salary increases and just the
Right,
fluff,
right.
I bet it came out to be 2.2 million worth.
no. And was there, maybe I missed it, was there no sheriff's vehicle in the Cume Cap request?
Budgeted for 27, no,
There was not.
Okay, I thought maybe I just missed it.
you did not.
Okay, that's gonna be tough, so, considering we're going through what, 3 a year? Sorry, Sean.
That filter right there is really screwing up the system, isn't it?
We can cut it out and see if the second floor falls
See what
down.
happens.
Third floor falls down.
We just protected the second floor.
We did, third floor.
I think my number's right, $17 million budget, about 4.8 of that is salary. I didn't include the sheriff because I wasn't sure how that matrix was gonna work, so.
Judging by that cut, it's not going to work.
Well, let's go through it, and then we'll see where we're at the end. Okay, first page is page 1. Longevity is what it is. Supplies, 1,600. Keep that there. Is there anything there that you want to see adjusted? My only question was on seminars and meetings at 500. We have that included in that group of elected officials training. I got $1,100. Is that a duplication?
No, that's in addition.
Yeah.
They're gonna blow through just the 2017 fund, they need that in their fund too.
Okay. Any other line items you want to adjust or keep them the way they are?
That's, you're not counting the salaries though, right?
Correct.
Doesn't look like there's much there. If that 500's legit.
Alright. Auditor's office. Everything stay the same there? Okay. Treasurer's office. Can we put the copier and the computers in the Cume Cap?
I don't see why not, their equipment.
That takes 6 out of that.
Yeah.
I mean, I would leave some, don't take it all.
Yeah,
Cause she said that she wasn't sure she budgeted enough for supplies, so I mean,
So
When we take the 4,100 out, move it to Q cap. And leave $1,000 in miscellaneous maintenance. That sound good? Does that sound good with everybody?
yeah,
So we're cutting 3120 out of there.
We cutting
51.
5120. 4120 goes away to Q cap.
moving that to Cube Cap, we dropped $1,000 out of that.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So what are, so how much are we putting in Q cap then for those two? 6?
4120.
Just the,
We're just cutting 1,000 off the top there, just cutting it, and then we're moving the 4120 to Cube Cap.
basically what she runs into on that's what you,
How are
pricing
we
your
gonna-
envelopes, your stamps. She done a comparison too, the first year she was in here, of if they did it all themselves or used the mailing service. And at the end of the day, it was still more for her office to do it themselves than the mailing service was charging. But you still gotta go off what your stamps and your envelopes are gonna cost a year.
Right, I'm just wondering, are we gonna,
What's the-
if we leave 1,000, is that gonna be enough for her 2 computers that she wants to replace?
No,
The stamps,
I'm sorry, 2,000, we need to move that to Q cap too. So we move the computers and the copier to Q cap, but we wanna leave $1,000 in there.
for
in the
miscellaneous.
miscellaneous.
for a backup.
Yeah,
So-
we're still got the envelopes, but that stuff, it still has another 3,400,
34 in
so
that.
it's double.
So we'll put 5,000 essentially in Cube cap,
6,120.
okay,
That leave 1,000.
1,000 in miscellaneous.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm with you now.
Where did you get that other 2,000 you're taking?
We're
Miscellaneous.
moving this whole amount that she
Oh.
asked for to Cube cap, but we're leaving 1,000 there.
That's for the 2 computers at the desk.
So technically, we're moving that whole amount to Cube cap for what, the items that she wants, but we'll leave $1,000 there for fluff, for if it's not enough. So technically, we're taking,
But isn't there enough fluff in these other, so supply in the envelopes line or not? Cause we went from 1,260 in 26 and up to 3,400.
so the supplies and envelopes line, she
Yeah.
uses that for printing tax bills.
Okay.
So that's what she's gonna pay this,
So
the
it's
L&D
good.
now.
See, if you look at the next page,
Fair enough.
you flip over the next page. In 2026, that L&D for the envelopes is gonna be 3,200, so she probably doesn't have
So
enough
it's
money in
not,
it.
fair enough, okay. So we're just correcting that, so we're adding 1,000 back in,
Yeah.
moving
So
all
leaving
this.
it-
we're moving all the, yeah, all the
Drop it
computers.
Drop the 1,000, the last line to 1,000, but we're moving 6,120 to Q cap for the front desk computers and a copy machine.
All we're cutting is 5,100.
Yeah. Got it. How much on 5
Recorder's office, just salary longevity, because all of her expenses are perpetuation funds. Okay, so now we're going to sheriff's.
Do they both get longevity in the attorney's office, or is that just for Linda?
That's just Glenda.
Okay.
Sheriff's office will start, I guess, overtime going down. Yeah.
Can we cut any out of the overtime? Being fully staffed?
No,
They still
no,
got
we're
one
not
open.
fully staffed.
Yeah, they got
We've got
one
one
open.
open spot, so we have
So once the 8th deputy hits, that should change things tremendously.
But that means we have leftover, I mean, we still have that
Right,
salary.
we have that salary for them to use.
So we approved 15 last year, we're just. I
Is the
guess,
8th deputy taken out of a different account?
I don't think we ever approved the eighth deputy, did we?
We did, it was approved in 25.
Well, yeah, I guess he's gonna use it, but I can't really take it out.
But where's it at?
I don't see.
I was just saying overtime, but it's.
Because I don't have an eighth deputy line item.
Yeah.
Where you put it at?
Wait, is number one, the electric, does he count?
That's John.
That's
Yeah,
John.
elected
Then
official
there's
is John.
eight.
Well, not counting John.
Yeah, there's
8
eight
deputies
deputies.
plus Joan.
Oh,
That's why I was questioning if we have an eighth deputy. I mean, no, we don't have a seventh deputy, but we don't have a line for the eighth deputy.
We have it on that.
Because I thought the seventh was the one that we approved in 25.
Must have just been the seven, based on this longevity for the matrix as well.
So,
I mean, even on the,
what would you have, Beth? I thought we approved the 8th instead of,
What?
You're not thinking about the EMS, are you?
no.
I don't know.
I think it was the seventh one that's
We
the one
did
that we approved.
We did seven.
We didn't give them.
There's
We
no
didn't get
eight.
it, it was
He
just
asked
7.
for eight, but we gave him
We
seven,
went 7, okay.
I
The
believe.
seven's still the one that I was looking at.
But 7's still not filled.
Correct.
Well, seven is now filled technically.
We're paying
I mean-
something now, that's 7.
3rd is open.
Yes,
Okay, so we
yeah.
still.
We still only have
six,
six, it's just a matter
yes.
of which line he's paying who
Right.
out of.
Yes,
Yeah, I think Sullivan is seven, is considered seven,
according to this, yes.
yeah. But then when Derek left, everybody moved up.
Yep.
Eric left.
Yes.
Yep.
Been gone for
Six
quite
months.
some time.
6 months before he would have gotten.
Largent's gone too.
Yep.
Not the excise.
He works for Doyers now.
Who?
No,
No.
he works for Brent.
Worked for Brent Metzinger over
yeah.
in Sheridan.
Okay, so I guess we're back to overtime. Leave it where it's at.
I guess.
I don't know, I mean, we could probably,
I just got off last year 15,000 and he's got these extra salaries to pull from it that we would need.
I mean, I would say that we shouldn't need overtime until we have a full staff, honestly. I mean,
And then I would think 15 would be sufficient.
Okay, so make it 15. $9,300 we're gonna leave in there because that's now gonna be for his cameras. 55, 62, including what was in that line before.
Yep.
Phil, do we have a dog?
How many?
2.
You have one that's approved.
Do we need the training or? We haven't spent anything in training, we've spent, I don't know, is it already trained or do we keep training it? or-
It's not supposed to be here, how's that?
Do with it what you will.
Is it normal training 3 for, is that what it costs per dog or?
That would be an Austin question. I don't know, what invoices have you seen come through as far as training on the K-line?
I know Peyton's done some for his dog, but
What has Austin paid for his dog? What have we paid in training for Austin's dog?
I can't, I mean, I can look, but I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. I know they've been doing training out at the county home, but I don't know if we've been paying for that since they've been using, like, our facility.
Do they use the dog that's not approved? So what does not approved mean?
It means the board of commissioners did not
Approve
approve the
the
dog, because we approved a deputy on dog.
Yeah.
So I'm trying, but it.
So
our
he went and got
insurance
he got
covers-
somebody to give us a dog and then now it's here and
But if something goes wrong, insurance is covering it.
I mean, it would have to be insured, but that's a John question.
It's not the dog, it's the liability.
Well, but
not approved it, I'm worried about the liability.
Right, so like where is the insurance or the liability with that?
So it looks like there's been one $300 training this year for canine training.
It doesn't specify which one.
I can try and pull it up.
Why don't we drop that to 1,000?
Yeah, perfect. Canine training, 1,000.
I know we got a canine place that trains them in Otterman, and they've been coming from Michigan and all over different states to go through the training there.
Where's that at?
Where the old restaurant used to be on the corner.
Yeah.
At the flashing light area, it's right next door. It used to be Cool Finds place. And they sold it, and this guy does training dogs for police. They use town park, they use the school lot, and everything else.
The whole point was he was never supposed to have that dog. He had one in the past and lost it. John was supposed to go through us, even though it was free, we still got dog food and insurance and.
Per code, per state, it has to go through us for our approval.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So you've got two liabilities in my opinion, but that's.
So it looks like we cut $6,000. Is that, everybody agree with that?
You still have one that's approved, you still have to have money for
We
training
cut
for one
5,000 out
dog.
of it, right?
Yeah.
Took it to
You
a
cut
To
5 to 1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Cut 6,000 total off the whole budget.
Yeah.
Oh, oops, I apologize.
Take a lot of the 2.2.
Where did we cut the other 1,000?
While we're on police,
So
we
you
got,
cut, hang on, sorry, so you cut 5,000 off canine training and 5,000 off overtime?
Yeah.
And that's it?
That's 10,000.
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
I was adding numbers on the side.
You're fine, I was just making sure we had it right.
You're gonna say, well, we're still here.
Yeah, while we're still here, let's talk about the matrix.
I say go back to the 26 approved at 1,500 like we originally said we were gonna do for a few years before we double it.
Makes what? Yeah, okay.
So 1,500.
I think you said it well. We just approved it, you gotta give it a chance, like you said it well.
Yeah.
And it wasn't an easy approval thing, because the numbers didn't, just like you brought up, I mean, 20 years from now, it's unsustainable, but I get it, you're gone. I mean, county's still here.
Yeah, right, that's, when I started looking at that, maybe I should have looked at it closer when we presented it, then we had to talk about it. I think it's a pretty high, and I don't know what it's gonna cost for a deputy 10 years from now, but I don't know how long the county can go with those numbers.
But again, at that rate, we can do that on a year by year base like we've had to in the past. It doesn't need to be anchored in under a matrix.
Right, it can always change it.
So.
Okay, page 10. Do we normally take from Survey Rodman down to the survey to out of their funds?
Yes.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so graduation.
I think
So if you look at on the column that says 2026, yeah.
So we did keep some in. Those some we got.
Yes, so those, the ones that are left in, the surveyor is paid mileage out of.
Okay.
Or paid a supplement out of.
Okay. All right, so really we could cut 4,105.
Plus the 2 at the bottom.
Plus the 2, okay. So 6,000.
Which one are you on?
Page 10.
Page 10.
Under 160, 105.
I was following on the other one.
So,
It worked out on the first one.
Yeah. 78.55.
78.55? So you cut,
Oh, wait, we
I
did
got
like long.
61 on
Yeah,
mine.
yeah, I cut longevity, so yeah.
no, don't do that.
But is that right though? Is that longevity? Cause you're only gonna go to 2. You're not gonna have longevity for the surveyor anymore. You're just gonna have Sam.
Next year it would
The
just be
elected-
Sam.
They get, elected officials get longevity, it's bonuses they don't get.
Right. But we did have Dave and Sam. Now we're just gonna have Sam getting longevity, correct?
Technically, yes, yeah. Next year.
Until you
It'll
backfill
just
that
be same.
position,
Oh, you're right, yeah, cause Michelle's.
She may not.
she's gonna have to probably.
But they won't get longevity though for,
She,
5 years,
well,
yeah.
5
you're
years,
gonna
right?
have one move into full-time, and then there'll possibly be a possibility for a part-time that fills that other position.
But they don't get longevity for 5 years.
Correct.
So
So-
what's
that would be
Sam's
$1,000,
longevity?
right?
Hang
So
on,
it
I'll-
takes it 50,
Even if Michelle moved to full-time, she probably wouldn't, would she?
no, she won't.
Mm.
I think it's 1,000, but let me double check.
Cause she's taking longevity based on what it was last year and she won't need longevity based on what it was last year.
Surveyor. Yes, it is 1,000. So you can cut 71 of that.
60.
So that takes 55 for surveyors.
7105?
60,
Oh,
55.
yeah. Sorry. I cut 1,000.
Next is the coroner.
I don't know if you decided to turn in, but it looks like the supplies hasn't been touched, so we bumped it from 1,000 to 2,000 last year, and then they're asking for 2,600, so I think it could easily go back to 2.
Historically, we never got close to that.
Yeah. Autopsies, I have no idea, but it looks like we're on 10 to get 15, he's requested for 20, but I don't know if that's necessary or not. You bring it a little there.
You just have to predict something who you know's gonna die or not. You just
Yeah,
have to have
that's
an
what I'm saying,
autopsy.
it's hard to, yeah, I agree with you, I don't know, I'm just going off of the average, you know.
No, I was just.
What happened in
making a comment.
24 and we approved 25?
Let's make it 15.
For autopsies?
Yeah. Body transports, that's, I don't know how we came up with that number.
Cause don't we transport our own? I mean,
We got that van,
do we?
Yeah,
that police van. Sits out.
Oh,
no,
Throw in the back seat.
No, it's a
coroner's
different.
office has their own
coroner
Oh,
van.
do they have their own? Okay,
Yes.
good.
But in like seminars and meetings, we could go back
Yeah.
to 1,500 there. The travel, I think you almost go back to 500, I mean, I'm just going by what's used, it seems like
well,
it's
I
not
think
being
the
used.
coroners haven't had their meeting yet, cause I think it's in October or something.
Yeah, it's usually later in the year.
So that's probably why travel is not.
If it's in state, surely wouldn't spend $500 to drive to Indy.
It's usually French lick. There you go,
Okay.
that's why. Maybe it's not the travel, maybe it's the
Yeah.
festivities.
Yeah. Are they included in the? No, they don't, the coroner doesn't have a line item for meetings.
So I guess my question on the body transports, is that what he's using his line item for fuel and stuff for the van? Because I don't see anything in here as expense wise for
Yeah, for
fuel,
motor transport.
fuel maintenance on, or any of that.
On which line items?
Corner. Is he,
What account line?
the body
37,300. So.
does he have a car to go?
37300,
Yeah,
he uses it for fuel for the van,
Okay, so that's what that's coming out of then.
and then oil changes
Okay.
and car wash.
Gotta get the blood off.
Mm.
$1,500.
What are they paying for dues and subscription?
That should be paid out of the commissioner's line, honestly, cause there's they have a dues and subscription line and all departments are supposed to be paid out of that.
So we can zero that out, and they just turn it into the gentleman to my left.
You're welcome.
What'd you say on the last line?
$1,800.
It's coming all out of the same fund, Phil.
I'm fine.
Did we leave travel 1,000, what did we do there?
They forget to turn in their receipts anyways, so they don't get reimbursed for it.
Like 500.
This would be the year that they don't forget that.
They don't, let me rephrase that, they don't forget, they don't get receipts when they're down there.
Now they read the receipts, you're all like.
And I think they do, I
That's exactly probably what
I've been there
think
before.
they do more than just one.
They do, I think they go to a couple. a
Yeah,
year.
there's more than just one a year that they go to. I know there's their annual conference, but they have other stuff for like, what is it, pathology and other ones they have to go to, so.
Is that 10,400? What you got? Cut.
I got 8,900.
So I got.
Or did you cut travel?
Yeah, I got 600 on cut, on supplies, 5,000 on autopsies, 500 on seminars, 500 on travel, $1,000 body transports, 1,800. What's that, 94? Got 9,400.
Yeah, I got 9,400, yeah.
Assessor's office, really anything there.
I'm gonna say, got their own.
Prosecutor.
Was that administrative assistant one that's set by, we had to increase by state law?
A while back, yeah.
That was,
Last year, the year before.
Had to do his and John, right?
yeah, that was 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
I think so. That was before we were seated, I believe.
But it doesn't look like we can take much out of it.
Registration. Nothing there. County agent, what we just talked about, adjustments there. Pretty well set. Veterans office. Thinking her school hadn't happened yet, maybe. School, she hadn't gone to school or.
Yes, she does. She's.
Has she though?
It's in the fall or something.
Has she yet?
Was it after June 30th? Because we haven't paid anything out. I think is what he's asking.
Oh. Was it after June? It was just recent, let me look.
I would say it is long, or at least wasn't built after.
Yeah. Alright, it's slow. It had to have been recent, cause it must be on like this month's credit cards, cause we haven't paid it, but she has gone.
Okay, page 19, drainage board. Is the attorney just on a as-need basis for that?
No, I think,
There,
speaking as a recipient of letters from the drainage board attorney, I get them every 6 months.
We didn't spend anything in 25, and haven't spent anything in 26.
Is it a year in? Maybe we should. I don't
We
know.
would have spent something in 25, and $70 in 24. So I don't know if that's just as you need them.
That's interesting.
Well, that's, how are we set up contractual that way, cause it's the same attorney as we use for our county attorney, so.
I thought it was Brooke.
No, that's BZA and
Oh,
ABC.
okay.
I don't know that you can really do much on the attorney fees on the
Okay.
drainage board, it's contractual and.
Or do we just need to pay him out of the drainage board fund?
What
You
about
know?
engineering?
Yeah.
What are we doing there?
Do we have anything coming up?
We
Yeah.
approved 2,100 last year and we didn't use anything
Well,
so
there's
far.
gonna be, going into this next year with change, there will be some things happening, so. I would leave that, just my 2 cents.
Right, yeah.
So maybe we're paying the attorney out of a different column then, or a different account, because we're not paying anything, so.
Is he just come in underneath ours?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's, cause he's contracted as far as for the county commissioners and the drainage board.
So do we need it in here then?
Well, we're gonna have to get clarification from Beth as far as,
Whether it got split out?
yeah.
Because the full amount is just being charged to you guys, then we can cut it up.
What's the equipment they're using?
You've got your surveying equipment, your,
Don't
But are we
they
actually
hire
doing it?
that out or
not all of
contract
it,
it
not
out?
all of it.
Why is that underneath drainage? Why isn't that under survey?
Yeah.
We don't have equipment on the surveyor or the drainage.
They're looking for spending some, that's the only reason I didn't.
I guess that would look under
Go back in 25.
36,000, see what we've spent out of it.
24, they spent 4,200, so. I'm ready to cut it.
Or maybe when Beth gets
Yeah,
done
it'd be interesting to see what that
researching
is.
where they got this paid from, she can look and see what we're paying for, what receipt is being charged to equipment maintenance.
Thank you. So yeah, it looks like the drainage stuff is combined with the commissioners' meetings and all that.
So could we zero out the attorney charge in the drainage board, since it's coming out of the commissioners? I mean,
I mean, the
is
total
his-
number's gonna be the total numbers.
Right,
but
right,
need to
so
be-
is the total amount of whatever we're paying, whatever the contract is with Jacob, is that completely budgeted in the commissioner's budget?
Yes.
So we could zero out the amount that's,
Well, it just looks like for the last
Budgeted
2
in-
years, we haven't paid anything out of
yeah,
this.
could we zero out the attorney's fees in the drainage board? Because that same attorney is being budgeted in the commissioner's budget, so would that save us that $4,300?
I would say, yeah.
I mean,
If we
just-
haven't paid anything out of it in the last 2 years, and we're
In
paying it.
24, you paid $70, so like, literally in the last 3 years, you haven't used it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's $70, I wouldn't think that would go to an attorney.
Right.
No.
He spent 15 minutes looking at something, 15 minutes?
That's not-
There's no such thing as a 15-minute charge.
Well, he spent 2 minutes, he charges for 15 minutes.
Kind of attorney might as well take an hour at a time, you're getting paid, charge for it regardless. 40. So zero that out.
Chad and I figured out what gas state, you call a paralegal, you don't call a lawyer.
You need to go to my friend GPT Chat. I'm telling you.
I love ChatGPT.
Oh my God, I love that thing. It's gonna do away with the paralegals. Hey, maybe that's what we should do with the attorney. Let's rethink this.
So can can you tell us what the equipment maintenance fee, or what we paid?
360.
So I kinda got a question on all the expenses
It
that we
looks
got
like
in there.
that's where they're paying their printer meter readings
Yeah, what is the difference?
and their Rico.
So it's for the lease on the printer.
Hear that? It's the printer lease.
Yeah, for that big printer, yeah.
So do we just pay it once a year? Is that why we've only paid $1,000 out of it in the first 6 months?
Looks like we'll probably pay more by the next, cause 3,800 what we spent last year.
And 4,200.
Right, but shouldn't we have a set amount for a lease? Like
I
it shouldn't
think
be
it
fluc-
goes by
should
how
fluc-
many, I think it goes by
how many
copies.
prints?
Yeah.
Looks like somewhere between 4,200.
Or just set up, the one we have stored just like this, we set up on a meter, they come in, they'll call once a month or whatever, and they get how many copies you ran through, and that's what you get billed for.
So we'll take 43.53 off.
What about the engineering?
Yeah.
Cause that's $2,100 new, looks like it's a new line.
Yeah, but Phil said he needed it.
And you may
Yeah,
just-
but, okay, we did engineering last year for something, didn't we, for a project?
Well, it looks like we added 2,100 in last year.
We took over $40,000 out last year in the, that wasn't on drainage board, that was on the surveyors for the
markers.
The markers. There's 50 grand that we took out of that. And it didn't get put back in.
I don't remember what.
Well, she's got a reason for it, so I would ask her first before I.
Sam's the one that did that.
Sam's the one that she's doing.
Well, it looks like there's a budget, this is the exact amount we approved last year, so obviously there's a reason.
There's a reason for it.
So.
Can we ask Sam?
Yeah, cause she wouldn't put it in there if there wasn't a reason for
Is Sam downstairs?
Should be.
it. Should be.
Someone her,
No.
Just
I'll text her.
Just ask her what it's for.
Yeah,
Alright, so
Ask her what.
what that $2,100 engineering,
They can be used.
page 20, but nothing to change there. Okay, 21.
did we figure social security and Medicare? Cause it jumped by almost $100,000, and isn't it a set percentage of salary? This year we approved 203,000, 2027 request is 300,000, so we are increasing it by 96,000
Yes,
plus.
so last year, we talked about what I had budgeted wasn't enough. So, I found notes from years previous on the math of it, cause it's like 7.65.
Yeah, I know it's a percentage of wages or whatever, but I don't know what the number is.
So, that's how I figured it basically was, cause from Audrey's notes, she said to do, let me find it real quick.
I have a question on your guys' phones.
I was gonna ask the same thing.
So, are these cell phones that we're paying $50,000 on? Are they, is it the landlines?
The telephones,
Uh-huh,
it's for the courthouse phones, they don't have county phones.
okay. And then, so they're landlines, right?
They're Wi-Fi phones.
So they're internet-based
Voice
phones.
over- Like through Starlink?
No, through
Yeelink.
Yeeling.
It just
It's
seems,
Level 365 is the
Yeah.
company.
seems high, guys.
I mean, we've,
Looks like it's been that way, looks like
Yeah.
25 was 45,000, 24 was 41,000. Spent 21.4, so we on track for 45,000 this year.
One that's just the service itself.
Yeah, I don't know.
Would that probably be, would that be the jail and the
It's all,
courthouse?
it's all of them.
All of
I guess the dispatch probably controls
It's all.
It's all of them. It's-
It's countywide through 360. and
yeah, it's all on.
I mean, you can price other companies, but 360 is
That's why you're elected.
yeah,
The number works.
so. I transfer it to your number anyway.
That's why he doesn't carry it.
There's really
The
not
county
much you
phone,
can
he
do
just,
about
you
it.
know, has a forwarded, he has a number, he just forwards it to Brian Cox.
John started that with me when we got elected. He's like, I figured this out pretty quick. I just tell him your name and your phone. He'd say his name and give him my phone number.
That's the only one I had memorized.
Worked out great for him.
On the health insurance, I know that we got that through the trust. What's the ending balance or the cash balance they want to have on hand on that? You know, looks like we're about 1.3 million now.
We usually stay right within that historically, don't we, Beth? On the health. Well, Cassie, sorry.
You're fine. So you're asking about like if we go over that amount?
Well, I'm just wondering,
What our
I
cash
mean, at
balance.
some point in time, the actuary can say, this is the cash balance you can stay under. I mean, we're taking a $200,000 increase, looking at.
Yeah, because it's never been enough. We've always went negative, so that's why I bumped it
All
so
right,
much.
that was what I was asking.
Yes. And then back to, I found my notes on the retirement. So Social Security is 7.65%. And then Audrey said to take what current budget multiplied by that percentage increase. And then again, health insurance, she always said to go high because we were always going negative with it.
Do we have a current contract with our health insurance?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it a yearly contract?
Yes,
Yes.
we review it yearly for like their stop loss stuff. We just did with Don
Yep.
last week. And he gets us the best deal,
He
or
does.
tries to.
He fights for us, and next year we'll go back in for, because we changed last year actually, which saved us. And then next year we'll go back in for review as far as where he'll go out to the, I just lost the word I was looking for.
From the market.
Yeah, and then he negotiates to bring it down to where we wanna be at to keep us. And
We got self-insured.
we are self-insured, and it is, even from whether it was Brian, whoever got this started back, it has been tremendous for the county and for the employees, for what the insurance they have.
Beth, back on the social security, the 300,000. I know some of the departments also have that line item of social security, but is it like the attorney, it all is going through you anyway, but they have it budgeted in their budget?
So there's only a few departments that have it budgeted within their fund. So like the health department, I think is one, the highway's one. EMS, I think is one, but everything else is paid out of county general.
So we pay out of those accounts for their employees? I mean, it's not doubling up, this
No.
300 is covering everything, but you have to use their money too for their employees.
Yes, so like the departments that have it budgeted within their fund, it comes out of that
okay.
fund, not out of county general.
So what about IT assistant and IT services?
So the IT assistant is Matt Hoax, he's our in-house person.
And
It
then-
was originally paid out of our mainstream fund when we first hired him on, but we switched things around because the commissioners are over him. So I put him in the commissioner's budget, and then the IT services is Brand Tech, the actual IT company.
It
that
was
we
switched to from Silverback.
Got it, thank you.
So what are we using the Main Street fiber account for now?
The mainstream fiber account is for, that's where Audrey is partially paid out of for her services, cause she deals with all the towers that the county owns, and then she does, the recovery fees for the internet for mainstream. She tracks all those as well. So she's paid out of there, and then that's, we pay, is it the leases, is that what they're called?
Yes.
For the towers out of there, and then we also generate money through it from Mainstream.
Main Street.
With the recovery fees
With
that
the
they
recovery
pay us.
fees.
Any other questions?
We could probably reduce postage a little bit.
So the commissioners pay all of the county postage as well, so that's all, everybody that uses the postage machine, just FYI.
63 and 24, 89 and 25, and we've only paid 45 and 26.
I mean, if we dropped it, drop
I'm just
five
saying
off of
that
it,
it's
10
not
should.
just them using
Right.
it, but everybody uses that.
Yeah.
Do you want to drop it to 10, 11?
So our examination of records, what is that?
That's
That-
DOA.
Yes, that's our audits.
Oh, okay.
So when any county entity gets audited, so that means towns, libraries, the school, we get the bill.
Okay.
We pay for it, and then at settlement time, we're reimbursed. Essentially, we take that money from the money we distribute to that entity back to reimburse us. And it's never budgeted, cause you never know what the amount is, but I'm slowly learning from going to conferences that the lines need to be budgeted to have, like, to pay it out, so that's kind of just a rough estimate from what we've paid out so far this year in audits, cause their State Board of Accounts is going back to auditing every year, so.
I asked for coupons at our entrance conference, they didn't have any. No discounts. They smiled, that was about it, nothing else came from it.
That examination of records, I remember you were talking about.
Yes.
What is it? Is the annex building all, not the annex building, is the fair building all done now?
Yep.
So it's all good.
Except for aesthetics.
Huh?
Except for aesthetics.
Just outside.
Like it.
Outside.
I mean, yes, outside, but inside too. Like, we were there last night for the farm to fork. You know, there's no, the things that I heard in, you know, there's no mirrors in the bathroom, there's no,
No, that stuff's
you know,
not
like,
done yet.
yeah, like, not
Can you
the
get
actual building.
donations for us, so I can show you the bill that I paid last year to get
Yeah.
it finished,
I bet.
so that it was usable. You are correct, the paper towel holders,
Yeah, I mean,
mirrors,
just the,
mirrors still need to be put
yeah.
in, but,
like the finishing stuff, but.
yeah,
but
everything
the-
else is
The
done.
building itself is good and.
Yeah.
So it looks like 5,000 is our reduction. Okay. Plan commission. Page 23.
Again, the attorney is that.
That's not
That's
through us, that's broken, that's through them.
It appears to be, must be charged up front, conservative spend this year.
Everything else is pretty
Trying to say
straightforward.
everything.
24. Elections. Is there any elections in 27? So we We still, who are the board members we pay for that?
Jennifer, Cindy Renier, Mike Brewer.
Says 3 board members.
Yeah.
So we pay them even though there's not an election? And then support, we still have programming support, even though there's nothing going on.
I think so for the software. Yeah, the software on the, what do they call it?
Voting machines.
Yeah.
So they sit in a closet.
Right, exactly. Gotta pay to keep them updated.
Okay.
Right? Exactly.
Page 25, courthouse.
What utilities comes out of that fund?
For what?
Courthouse.
The courthouse.
Oh,
It should be like NIPSCO and,
That was.
water,
Commissioners too.
sewage,
yeah, so it should be like the NIPSCO paying the town for water.
sewage.
I'll tell you here in a second.
350.
Yeah, so it's just, all it is about paying the town of Fowler for the utilities, for water, stormwater, and then, NIPSCO.
The jail broke off separate.
Yeah,
Yes.
they're on their own.
So that's NIPSCO. Trying to place people. We can work in dark.
I'm telling you.
NIPSCO's expensive.
It is
Yeah.
expensive. It's all goes down to when you put those light switch down, or turn them on for the demand.
Darren doesn't turn them on until, I think, 7:30 or 8, and we open at 8:30, so.
I mean, cause it's.
They close at 4 and they go off, I'm just gonna tell you.
Yep.
Sounds like Trina's
And
too
it-
dark.
And it also can go, if you, time the turning them on at different intervals, it doesn't spike it, because once you hit the demand, that's, if you did it the first of the month, it's there all month.
This one wouldn't have demand charge though, would it? That's
They
only
all
gonna
have, Warren County RMC has demand, on all 4 of my things, we have a demand on it. I did AI on it.
Warren County doesn't have demand on single phase.
I don't have.
They have it on 3 phase, but not on single.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, it'd just be on 3 phase. But I don't think we have it.
I've been flying underneath the radar with single phase.
Yeah.
I'm all for mine. The office and, well, unless they're using a welder out in the shop.
Doesn't look like there's a whole lot to change there.
Yeah.
Okay, court. Page 26. There's not much you can do there, it's just the unknown, but, offer attorney is the biggest
Yeah,
one. If you
that's
can
the
be-
biggest one.
You can be under budget or over budget. Keep that there. 27 is probation. Notice a lot of these have property tax deputies, that's just a designation state ones now, or? I mean, it's one of the employees, but
What's the, shouldn't be on
there's a lot of them that have that.
there. I might have did that on accident. Remember when I told John I can't just change the name because other departments have it? I think that's my fault.
Okay, well, I noticed that, but I thought, well, maybe it's something the state came up with.
It's just, it should be just like one of her deputies.
Okay.
Sorry.
What do you think about moving one of our secretaries to her cash balance account?
She had one. Well, she had Chelsea as part-time.
So, the fund number 2000's got 387,000 in it. I think we got it.
Actually got 422,000. Right? Here's your receipts, because that's last year.
Oh, yeah, they're rolling, but I'm looking, ending balance is June 30th.
Oh.
You gotta
Okay.
take 34 away from it.
Fair enough. Regardless, I think it's got plenty of room for it.
And we have some others we take out of there, but it's just this keeps growing.
Might as well. Take that
Office secretary.
Take that 33,000.
Well, the thing is, she's not using the office secretary.
Do you have a secretary?
I was gonna say, who's your
It's
secretary?
approved for it, but that's what I'm saying, if in the event she gets it, she has plenty in her cash balance, you might as well cut the 33 out of the budget, and then there's.
I put it under adult probation. Just make sure somebody tells her that it's going to adult probation.
Sorry, still trying to do your cut sheet.
That's you guys.
What'd you say?
Well, no, just let her know what to cut,
We
cut that.
We're moving the office secretary to adult probation, I said somebody just make sure we tell her that it's going to office.
Just make sure she
that
knows.
it's going.
If she
Gee,
hires.
you want me to?
No, no.
Well, we can tell her.
I'm just kidding.
But I just think when you go to get it done, there's nothing there, make sure we know what we're doing.
Yes, that's,
That's all I'm
Yeah,
asking.
make sure you
I
change that,
have nothing to
Kathy.
Kathy, when she
We're not
turns in
cutting
that
anything.
payslip,
say. Got
just
plenty
make
of
sure it
cash.
goes to, no problem. Okay, you're the
No
best.
problem.
You don't have to tell her, just do it the way you want it.
Yeah, just do.
That always ends well.
It was Jim. Jim did
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. You know whose phone number to
It's
get
already-
on.
That's right, that's right.
We're Friday recorded, so it's.
I'm sure we're recording that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's 33,125 off.
For 3 years, it's been in the budget, it hasn't been used anyway, and then it gets used, take it out of the cash balance.
Okay, page 28, dispatchers.
I don't think we've hit 2 million off yet, guys.
Well,
No.
I don't think that cuts right, but.
well, I'm working on the cut sheet, so. Got one more column left.
And I had a question why we don't have a fifth dispatcher, but it's because it's in statewide.
Yes,
Well, it's because it was Rachel. Rachel was the fifth dispatcher when,
she became
She
supervisor.
became the
yeah.
supervisor, yeah.
so rather than moving her to
Yeah, so it's
one,
over.
the next hire was one.
There is a fifth dispatcher, but it's on page 61.
Yeah, it's in the statewide manual.
It's on page what page?
61. That's just payroll. Okay, BEMA.
Communications technician, is that,
That's
Josh.
Josh, that's the one we were talking about. when we
Yeah.
just-
just wanna make sure it was Josh.
Yes.
What's the volunteer performance bonus?
That's what he does at the end of the year, Jason.
Okay, that's what, it's the end of the year.
It's
That's what I
FEMA people that volunteer, like,
For
a lot.
Fest and
Yes,
for-
a lot of them are for
Okay.
like festivals around the
But
country.
Or storms, emergencies.
Yeah,
so
they're not county employees, they're just
Volunteers.
volunteer FEMA.
Well, I was basically, you
It's like a
answered that
stipend.
year in, I just saw we didn't spending close to what's budgeted, and then there was nothing taken out yet this year.
Yes, it's once a year, it's at the end of the year.
Fair enough.
He didn't ask for social security. Does that come out of you guys?
Well,
It might come out of 1170, it might be budgeted in 1170.
He's not been using his travel. Has he?
1,025. So I wonder if he just turns it at the end of the year.
I would go with that probably.
Looks like we bumped and we're not spending it, but maybe there's a reason why, but the emergency rescue and the EOC warning, whatever that is. looks like we've been budgeted 6 and 7,000, they both got bumped to 10. And doesn't look like we spent very much yet this year. Well, for the first half.
For this department,
Which one is it?
25 years.
Looking at emergency rescue and whatever EOC and warning.
25, you're almost 8,000. EOC and warning was 4,200. So is that end of year stuff again?
I think the, emergency rescue is gonna be like another supply line for their vehicles, their emergency rescue vehicles. Like for maintenance or repairs that they might need on them.
But could you grab 2,500 off both of those lines, take them back to 7,500, you're still giving them a bump over last year, they didn't use it all in.
Yeah, you take the one line.
I mean, yeah, that's fine, if they're not gonna, I mean, they spent.
The other line to 5.
You were over on emergency rescue.
I mean, yeah, you'd probably be okay cutting it a little bit, I wouldn't do a lot, but, cause they spent 77 last year on rescue.
How about 8 and 5?
Yeah.
For both?
8 for 25, 30, 25300.
And then 5,000 for the other.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that, please?
25,300, cut to 8,000.
8,000?
25,500, count to 5,000.
Okay, thank you.
So 7,000 less.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, jail.
You know, it took me 6 years to do that.
Jail, 30. We talked about the utilities down, where you from the bottom, put it at 17.
Yep. That was the only thing we came up with earlier, right? I mean, cause a lot of those are payroll items.
That's, you look at the last time, meals for prisoners, 68,000. How in the world does he do that? It takes $150,000 to keep the heat on in the building, you know, crazy.
Ramen.
Pen and water.
Okay, I'm thinking anything but the $5,000 there.
Never ate it before college, I never ate it since.
I was gonna say video, I'm trying to. He's gonna be low budget, bougie.
Now I can go to all the restaurant, I'm just looking a little.
Oh, now you really are bougie, you
Yeah.
were out of church up a free meal.
Page 32, that's the clinic.
Is that $20,000 increase the contract?
Yeah, contractual.
Yep.
It appears they're gonna use it too, just go over.
I mean, are we getting any more than 3 days a week, 2.5 days a week, for $20,000 increase?
Not right now. Things are being worked on.
Is this the one on the Aidway or is this the one?
This
Okay.
is our
Next to the
next to the
EMS.
or the EMS, Jesus.
Okay, page 33, recycling. Everything's pretty well straightforward there.
So why do we have a dumpster for recycling?
I think
think that's what they use to.
For trash.
Recycling.
It's from trash that gets dumped into
Yeah, it's,
recycling.
yeah, it's not necessarily theirs, I think it's everybody that leaves it there.
Okay, 34 is a county home. We still need 30,000 for the utilities there. We're gonna shut that off.
Shut them off.
Need a little bit.
Probably right now, we're gonna have
Yeah,
electricity.
You're still gonna have electricity to the addition and the Friends of the Village, so you can't wipe that clear out.
But do we need 30,000?
This will be for 2027.
I wouldn't think so, because you're not gonna have the heat and everything on in the house.
So can we cut that by half? Think 15,000 is enough?
Should be able to, I mean, we're gonna be heating the other one, which we've not been heating. So
Well, there still had to have been heat on it, the water would have frozen bust in the village.
they had them,
Did you have it completely drained out?
I think they drained it out, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, we ought to be able to cut that in half and then hopefully half that again maybe.
15,000. Title 4D.
Yes.
Title 4D pay half the rent there, so it'd be $8,100, it's really $16,200. Cause I think it's $8,100 on the prosecutors too.
I don't know who that is.
That's prosecutor.
I mean, that's to rent the building, I'm
Yes,
guessing.
so-
Is it split between the prosecutor's budget
Yes,
and
they pay
this
half.
one? That's-
They-
So it's
Title
16,000?
40, yes.
Yeah, okay. Not a lot there. Page 36, soil and water, and just payroll and longevity. 37 is fairgrounds. 2 line items. Economic development.
What's your engineering site development?
That just gives someone assistance that's coming in.
Yeah, there's like
What's the?
30502.
And we've used 800 so far this year, budgeted 5,000.
Just thinking. It's slow over here. Looks like it may be like a donation, yeah, so we paid $1,000 to Dan Patch to sponsor for gold level for rodeo. Stone for Jake and Angie's, that was the 863, I don't know what Jake and Angie's is, but, and then Stone for Glimmers of Hope.
come out of that one, okay.
So do we need 5,000 in there, or is that just?
I guess that one's what, part of that one is what we're using like for startup businesses to help signage and we got stuff and so on and so forth.
How many more years we have on the 5-year plan, do you know? Gotta be getting close to.
Yeah, I'd say we're getting close.
And then the 450,000, what do we use that for?
50100.
5010.
So that one is one. So, from my notes is after whatever is requested by Letitia, excluding the 50100, subtract from the cash balance as of June 30th, and then whatever's left from that figure, 75% has to be budgeted in the miscellaneous line. No, I guess it's a stipulation with that fund.
Doesn't use it very much.
That's, falls under our developmental.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you what we've used out of it this year. I mean, it's,
Oh, because it's an LIT fund.
yeah, it's,
Does it affect our general fund, this account?
no, it's not tax dollar.
So it doesn't matter. Cambridge. No, Cube Cap, so we want to make sure we get those computers in there. Jason talked about lockers, I wonder if that would go into Cube Cap.
What do you say, 15,000?
15,000. What do you guys, has he talked to you about lockers?
Yes, and I'm okay with it. I don't know if he's talked to the other two. We just had a discussion earlier this week, and I mean, they do need updated, and they're looking to go to, 48-hour shifts. The crew's wanting to change over as far as their schedule is how many hours they're on shift versus off for their days. It doesn't change their pay or anything like that, but just, and then, you know, being able to have the nicer locker where they put their stuff in that's locked up, they don't have to worry about it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not been a lot of money spent on that stuff. I mean, a lot of it's been donated, like you said, over the years, it's been 15 years, and that was all used stuff we had before that, so. I don't have a problem with it.
So if they go to a different shift, does it affect the overtime line?
No, it won't affect any of that, it'll still be under the same.
It would be based on 24, how many hours?
Same hour wise.
Same hour
Yeah,
wise.
it's the same hours, but it'll just be within a 24-hour period, they'll work, some of the stay and some of the stay.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be the employee, that specific employee will be there longer.
Yeah.
We're not gonna be paying multiple employees. Same
None of
money,
that, nothing on
same
payroll
money,
changes.
yes, same money being spent, it's just
Yes.
that employee's getting more of that money instead of it being split up between multiple employees. Right, essentially.
Jason could better explain that.
So what's in the 150,000 that's requested?
There isn't anything, I just put that in there for a budgeted amount, for anything that came up. Nobody
Can the-
requested any vehicles or anything.
15,000 go into the 150 then?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
In that computer, in that copy machine or printer or whatever.
So 4120 for the copier and 2,000 for computers for the treasurer's office.
15,000 for lockers.
And that doesn't affect our cuts either, but
The Cume cap does.
it does. Could we take that down to 100? You guys
Yeah,
got
you can
anything-
change it.
Got anything you think you're gonna need? I mean, is there trucks or?
That's, well, that's something the three of us still have to talk about.
Do you think the sheriff's not going to surprise you with a vehicle?
But
That's our goal.
that's what the goal is, but
It hasn't happened in 5 weeks, so that's why I'm not being smart, I'm being serious,
Well,
like,
that's- you're right.
I don't wanna drop it and then all of a
well,
sudden.
that's what that's my concern. And we've been introduced with a couple different programs in the last 6 months per se that could save us money on that end of it as far as vehicle purchase.
Like a lease deal or something.
Yeah, we're still manipulating through that to make sure we're making the best decision for what the county and for whatever department that it falls under.
What's the new, I mean, does
I mean, you're still, you might as well still figure on 75,000 on an emergency vehicle,
So if we want to spend,
so.
Take it to 100, you got.
I mean, you could still take it to 100 and still have enough to cover one then.
Yeah. As long as you're still covering your, whatever equipment, your lockers and all your other stuff that you're throwing in there.
I mean, there's 20,000 out of it.
21,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
so if we cut it to 100, that gives you
You
79.
just
if-
79
Well, that's
ish.
what we paid to replace it.
That was the last one. You figure the last one was around 70-some thousand, so you
We
figure.
took 40 off of it, left it 110.
But if you go to lease, then you're only gonna pay annual fee for that.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying we're trying to figure, I mean, whether we're writing one check at once or whether we're doing a,
Yeah.
so.
If you go to the lease, how many vehicles would you replace a yearly?
But wouldn't you go over your mileage on that lease?
Well, not necessarily, depending on how it's structured.
Okay.
So that's everything we're working through, cause there's a matrix for it as well, mileage and hours. See, the biggest thing you gotta worry about, the biggest issue that we're having is engine hours on our police vehicles. Not really any of the other emergency vehicles, on our police vehicles is engine hours, and we're trying to get that stopped for just sitting and running and idling.
Sitting out here.
Same
Everybody
thing.
in them for
So,
however many hours.
cause that's also what's created some of our engine problems, we're using oil, cause we're just sitting there idling and when they don't need to be, so.
Why would we do that?
Dogs.
Dogs.
No, not even with an animal in it. Ones that don't even have animals will sit and run, so. I guess right now I would leave the door open. I mean, you guys get where you're comfortable, but we need to at least leave the door open to where we have a backup in case something happens.
Even if you took 25, 30, 40 out of it, you're still leaving.
It just doesn't have anything to do with the highway department.
No,
No.
on that one, no,
No.
it does not. They're their own.
We cut it 40.
And I'm okay with that, just, cause there's a possibility we could get clear through it and be fine with where we're sitting at right now, but I can't guarantee you that we don't have, so we end up having we have an accident, you just can't turn one of them over in a heartbeat as far as having a replacement, so,
That should still give you 85 or so to play with.
yeah. Cause that's the other thing where John and Sean just discussed the whole thing with upfitters and what the cost of upfitting a vehicle is, and they're gonna start bidding out, we're not staying with one person because they've gotten to the point where it's not even feasible. I mean, the last one we did, the prosecutor paid for part of it because of the K-9, and then the commissioners paid for the other part of it, and
Almost the cost of the vehicle.
yes, and it
But
just,
if we search around, there's other places that are a hell of a lot more.
some of our other entity or our other agencies have found that are more feasible for the same product, so.
Where are we at on the ambulances?
We just got our new one.
We just got our new one,
No, but are we-
going with so the reason the more money was spent on this one and why we changed it was this box, which is the premier box. This box can be pulled, once that chassis is at the end of life, we can pull that box, have it refurbed and set on a new chassis so that we will not have the continued expense of having to buy the complete package. Jason has the numbers, but it'll make a big difference as far as when it comes to budget time for the next unit, where we can do a refurb and just purchase a chassis, have it set on it versus having to buy both. So we are now sitting on 2 of those boxes with this new one and one we owned previously that'll be, they're built very well and they're built to last for longevity so that you can do the refurbs on them and reset them on. Because as you guys see with what they're dealing with yearly runs and how much, I mean, there's times we got all 4 buses out at the same time. So they're constantly, the mileage and the wear and the tear. That was the whole reason for going that direction.
How many more times we need to go that way in order so that we have it? I mean,
Right.
you gotta keep 2 of them, you're not gonna take that box.
Well, right now, with having the other two as backups, which get ran quite a bit, plus we can use outside agencies, and I don't wanna speak for Jason, but I guess what I'm saying is, when it comes time to budget for that, to replace that chassis and send it in, is get the timeline, okay, how long is it gonna take, once the chassis is in, what's your timeline of having, going through this, refurbishing this box, getting it set on and getting it back? That'll be our ending factor, I think, as far as that.
You don't think we'll have to buy a whole new one like we're not, because we got 4, right?
We have 4.
So say one of the other ones goes down, what are we gonna do then?
Again, I don't wanna speak for Jason, so I would rather he was here to,
I mean, you're not gonna take that box off one of those others and put it on a new chassis, because
How long is it gonna be till one of the older ones get replaced?
that's what
he's asking, so that's a Jason quote we need
You
to
see,
know.
three more expenses before we start saving.
it's, I mean, you need 2 more to outfit them all.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we need to continuously just budget for
Full unit.
a unit.
Yeah, till you get 4 of them.
Yeah,
Then you can
The
start.
problem is, it took 2+ years to get this one.
and it did, and it's not gonna get any better,
Right.
so.
So do we cut money from Cume Cap, or it came from Wind Fund last time, right?
That came from
Can't
wind
get
money.
Cube Camp up high enough to.
What was that last time, 200?
It might be about 275 or 80, isn't it?
What originally, you're looking at almost $400-some thousand now.
Like I said, that
For a
original
complete
bid
unit.
was-
I thought it was just shy of 3 last time, so I guess.
It changed a little bit because we upgraded, because the one that we were still gonna be a long time out for the one that they were building, and this one we were able to get the better unit at a shorter period, so we went with that one. And then spent the extra money to get it because of what abilities we'll have in the future with it to switch it around, but I would prefer that, Jason has those numbers as far as what he knows we're gonna need to do. I know it didn't get brought up in his budget this year because, we just.
Well, because he flat couldn't get one probably.
Well, that and we're sitting on a new one for right now, so I don't know, his timeline may be for next year to go into 28 for the next one. I don't know.
Yeah.
So.
You pay for those when they're done, right? So if you had to order one now for 28, sounds like we still wouldn't have the expense for a couple of years.
Right.
Do you get grants for those?
On the ambulance side, I'm not sure. On the other vehicles that he's been able to do, we've gotten grants for. There was one he was this MIH grant, the 300,000 that he just got, is part of that is paying it. So he had a grant that paid for the first part of the vehicle, and then this part that pays for the other half of it. So essentially, we were able to upgrade vehicles by 15 years.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Roughly, yeah.
I think almost 15 years, 15-year-old vehicle to a brand new vehicle, and it was all paid for by funds that he had went after grant wise to save the county dollars. So, ambulance wise, I can't answer that. That would be a question on his. He works all the time on grants, so.
We'll say he does a good job on grants.
Yeah, the amount of money you can look back historically of the emergency equipment we had that has been all through grant money that saved the county hundreds of thousands of dollars.
How many different departments in the county? I know soil and water and adjacent, but is there any other departments that write grants, or are those
Not
the
like
2
he
main?
does.
Not like he does.
Which we could probably, if we could fill that position.
I mean, that's a grant writer's a
Which was,
art.
we were looking,
Developer write grants?
She doesn't
yeah,
write.
Letitia.
She's capable of doing that, but
yeah.
that's not part of her.
When you get, it's not?
I don't think,
No.
we've had
She
her.
works on grants.
Well, with Curbsy
With
and.
Curbsy and them, yeah, she does work on grants, that's correct. Full-time, no, but yes, I mean, she has many duties that she does besides just the grant side of it. But that was one thing that we've been discussing is finding somebody solely in that position to just write grants for the county.
That's a
And
cool idea.
it would, honestly, at the end of the day, would be worth the salary for what.
You guys need to go down
Right,
the
right.
AI hole, because the grants can be written, a lot of it through
don't
that.
have
But you gotta have somebody to.
That knows how,
So-
but it's,
And we talked about this yesterday, when we get time, maybe get all the county different, heads together and maybe have Jason do kind of a seminar of, here's what I'm doing. Cause, I mean, the sheriff could be doing it, but, you know.
And the sheriff has done it, he just, not to the
But
extent.
not to that extent though.
Correct.
You know, so what else is available, I don't know, but it.
Mike and Michelle do well with them. I mean, you know, your community crossings, the other ones, Michelle does, you know, grants for the, recycling center, through Northwest, you know, so a lot of that's done through them. So we were thinking about if we could get somebody where we could compile in and, you know, that was their sole focus and could be very beneficial to the county in the long run.
Those people are in high demand.
They are,
Yeah.
no, they are, and that's why we have such a good working relationship with Curbsy, because they've been an asset to this county for multiple years as well.
I know our grant writer for the town of Otterburn, she wrote a grant to get a new fire rescue truck.
Right.
Runs out through the fields and.
Yeah.
That paid off, but then the town has to own the fire rescue truck for 4 to 6 years, and then you just give it to the fire.
Turn it over to the township.
Yeah.
All right, page 42, King Jail. What do we need to do on that one, Bev, because that could be underwater, you could need to cut something to.
Yes, you'd have to cut some, so he doesn't go over budget.
Cause I think 5,500 he had in here under miscellaneous, and we put that in the camera systems, if I believe correct.
Okay, so what line?
I think it was under 50100, I think is where he had it, I believe. Or 407, I'm not sure which one he put it under. Probably 407.
I would think 40700, so you could take that, you said 5,500?
So we moved it to that 9,300 deal, right?
Yeah. Cause that was a contract he had.
Aren't all those in the sheriff budget though?
But we moved this to the sheriff's.
Yeah, we're taking it out of this one, cause he had it here, and we moved it to and that's where he had the photography, so that's where we put it back into that. So we took it out of this one and put it in, because remember he doubled up on that 53,000.
53,000 that already had it included.
But wasn't it, weren't they both line items in his budget?
Yes. Correct. You got it right.
So it was $9,300 here and $53,000 here.
Yep, but we moved this, we were gonna cut that, and we decided not to, because we're trying to come up, this thing's upside down.
Right.
Or will be tremendously. So we took whatever 5,500 out of this and can't really cut this thing.
I think we gotta get it at 50,000. I think that's.
So if you do.
Oh, you said we have to cut it that much.
We have 250. I think 50 is what you thought we'd
I would
have.
say at least 50, yeah.
I mean, keep 50,000 in there.
So we gotta cut 35,000 out of it. But if we took that out of there, so could you cut that 20 down to?
20, you take 5,500 out of that one, so it makes it.
It appears we took all building maintenance out of it last year. Right?
Yeah.
And we zeroed it out, so we must have to do the same thing then.
Yep.
Building maintenance is one thing he needs.
Yep.
But it's got.
If anything gets paid out of there, it needs to be building maintenance.
Yeah, there was 14,000 just in broken toilets.
Yeah.
I know.
Well,
That's not replacing them, that's just fixing them.
But that's down there in the other, I guess it just depends on which items, line items. I mean, you're taking 14,000 for that out of miscellaneous.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
out of
that's,
building
and that's
repair.
fine, that's
So
fine.
it, yeah.
Well, and we don't have to cut, maybe they can just go to
if you cut
That's what I
and
said.
lay 5 on the first line, building repair maintenance, and then you're down to 35 there.
What was that, Jackie?
The first line, can we take that down to just 5,000?
Okay.
And you cut 20.
But building maintenance is what he needs.
That's
Building
what he-
But
maintenance
it
is-
looks like he's using the 501 for 14,000, is that his toilets? That
He's just gonna
fixed?
grasp it wherever.
Yeah.
So you take 15 out of it and leave 10.
That hasn't been spent
Yeah,
yet,
no,
that's
we
what's
still
just
got
been quoted, that hasn't been spent. That's what the quotes that we just got.
So this.
I guess what I'm gonna say on that is, that place was left to go in such disrepair for so many years and not taken care of, that he was basically left
with the shithole.
a mess.
I don't disagree.
So, we've been put in a position, whether we like it or not, that by law, we still have to lawfully take care of our prisoners.
We have to come 35.
We gotta come up, we gotta get it down to 50.
Yeah, I understand, no, I'm just,
But all these lines are interchangeable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? As
I'm not
long as
gonna
we got-
argue that fact
Whether you
whatsoever.
call it miscellaneous or building maintenance, it's still gonna be $50,000 there to pull from,
We use,
right? I mean, cause we
Hilts.
took that
We use
5,000.
Hilts for our porta potties.
That ain't
Only
gonna fly.
$1,200 a year.
So if we leave 10,000 in building repair,
Healthy.
Working for you.
So what'd you say you were gonna cut that first line to?
10.
Okay.
Or you just take it all out of the last line. 35 minus 5.
I mean, I guess,
29,500.
it might be better, actually, it might be more tractable doing it that way. Take the 35,000 straight out of the miscellaneous and leave everything else the same.
Well, we're already taking 5,500 out of that communications, cause that's that contract.
29.5.
So if we take 29,500 out of 40,000, I think that comes up to it.
Should give you your 35,000 overall.
Is that 10? 500.
So you're leaving building, are you leaving building?
Yeah.
Yeah,
To
leave it
repair
at
at 25,
Yeah.
cutting communications to 14.5, and taking equipment to 10.5?
Yeah, so 14,500 for communications, 10,500 for miscellaneous, which gives a total of 50,000. Drug-free is
Pretty self-explanatory.
Let's stop there. You guys wanna stop there at EMS and we'll have lunch?
Heat comes so good.
It's kinda cool in here.
Yeah. And then I open the truck door, it's hot. Oh, that felt good.
Almost put my wings in.
Chelsea said Matt came in. Saw you after your computer gone, walked right back out.
I texted him and told him. Or I had it.
He was trying to come see.
What's the BCG Community Investment Fund?
The promise,
The what?
isn't that the promise fund that we're,
It's got
529 fund?
$2 million.
It's- That's where the payments from BP went, go into. It's a commissioner ran fund.
So what can it be used for?
Currently, we're using it for the town of Oxford's water project.
Are we getting reimbursed for that?
Slowly, yes.
Get their billing up and going?
Didn't I already talk to you?
Really? Did you say that they came back?
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Their billing?
From when I read it, they said
Water.
Oh, I think they caught up to that.
I didn't take the time to read it, otherwise I don't know if I could.
She was walked into a mess.
Oh, it'd be horrible.
She had to go through audit. She didn't know anything about
Mom really likes this, and then she's
it.
doing
It is a
a
good
job.
job. It's a neat project. A couple of years ago.
Tina.
Tina Porter. She's really doing a good job. But gosh, what a hole she had to take out of. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started on page 44, EMS. Remember, Jason, we're taking that overtime to 200, or back to where it was. Go through the other things. Anything else that jumped out? County Health. Pretty much payroll. Okay, next page is public health.
Yeah, I didn't do this.
Meeting I was at, they had a county health person in, and I didn't realize that their health department got their budget from the state cut 75%.
Yes.
Yeah, that's,
And they just scrambled.
wow.
But it wasn't, it was more of the projects that they were working on.
Right,
you know,
right.
That they had budgeted.
Right.
What kind of projects do they? They were trying to,
According to the state, no more.
yeah, exactly, like a lot of their vaccine stuff.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that.
Their car seat. They had, I forget what they were planning on doing, but they were planning on doing like a rollout with Purdue and like across 3 counties, working together, and Holcomb gave them the money and brought it going, essentially.
Not good.
Not a lot we can do there. Local roads and streets, just Stone and Lewis, page 51. Page 52, Lowell Public Safety.
Back on 51, what is that one for?
Your local roads and streets?
That's for from the county?
That's the county.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a question on that. So right now, everything that we're doing as far as like chip and seal and everything's been coming from Community Crossing. And what I'm concerned about is, so like this year, Warren County got nothing from them. And we were lucky we continued. But if they end up shutting us off and we don't get anything as far as the grant goes, then we're not gonna have any money sitting there to do any of our roads. Do we need to be appropriating something?
Yeah, right now you got 80,000.
What's that?
Yeah, what's budget is 30 and 50. You have to ask for more, I guess.
Right now, we're not in a position, but there very well could be a point that we are, and then they're not gonna have any money sitting there to to do anything.
What's it cost for a mile, or how does it price?
Chip and seal, wasn't it like 80-some thousand or
I
something?
would get like 7/8 of a mile.
Where's this money funded from? Tax? It's not in the general fund.
Motor vehicle highways from the state, that's state tax, and then
That's
you've
state
got
money that we get.
local roads and streets as well.
It would have to come probably through the commissioner budget, because this would be a tax funded one.
Yeah.
Page 52, below it.
But
I understand the problem, I just also understand that
Well,
if we
something
get
to,
cut, people are gonna be going, why the hell aren't you doing anything in the roads?
something to maybe put in Mike's here for next year when he requests budget that.
Well, and I talked to him about it, but I mean, we all knew that things are getting cut, so I just wanted to kind of bring it up.
Some of that too, like your local roads and streets and motor vehicle highways set by, that funding that's coming in set by state, as far as what the income is on that.
Any question on Lowit? Okay, 53. MVH. Can you use any of this money for streets and
For motor vehicle highway, yes.
Yeah, so there's where you get some of your stone and stuff.
Is that all paid out at the end of the year?
Is what?
NVH paid out at the end of the year.
What do you mean?
2026 so far, we've used zero. We've budgeted
We budgeted seven. Yeah, $7
million.
You've got,
So is that paid out at the end of the year?
yeah, because your CCMG money's in that as well.
Oh, the restricted fund, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, so we, the CCMG money is its own fund,
it's on its own.
cause it's a grant. But yeah, they use their CCG,
Yeah, that one.
Community Crossings Fund. They use that money first before they use restricted.
Do we know, is he gonna be using this, or did we just,
No, he typically uses that of it every year. He still has to use that over top of what the money goes to do the chip and seal. Then this funds the other stuff that he does.
This fund can only be used for specific stuff, that's why it's restricted. So like, I know I told Michelle for 2027 to try and budget more out of here. Obviously with stipulations of whatever restrictions they have, instead of the regular MVH, because we have such a large balance in restricted to use. And she said that she was gonna be doing that, so.
County highway. And there's salaries in this one. Continuation of the highway, the drivers, payroll.
We have a weight cut back on stone. Is he aware of that? Are we missing a zero?
Yeah.
21?
No, she put 10,000.
Okay.
Why did it drop? Is that because they're not doing chip and seal and that sort of stuff?
Chip and seal
Chip and
all
seal.
through CC.
Community crossing.
Okay.
Did they use it years prior?
No, 24, the 87, 46 and 47 and 25. So far to date, only 2 of 6, so something's changed.
She might be pulling it from somewhere else, yeah.
So I guess send them a thank you card.
Right.
She missed a zero.
And deliver it though, no postage.
Page 56.
They also cut their gas and oil by $120,000.
Per what our new bids were and stuff, they put them in a different.
I'm guessing both of those came out different, they found different ways to.
That's probably where it come in MVH would be my guess. Paying it out of MVH instead, or restricted instead of unrestricted.
Okay.
And that's probably with the stone as well.
Start pulling that down.
What's your other contractual service? You know, that you're using?
Is that where BS and that fall in?
I'm looking at my
Or they can use the restricted funds better, because there's $6 million sitting in that account.
But if you look at NVH, they're $1 million in the red.
What'd you say?
I said, but if you look at the 1176, they're $1 million in the red.
Right. So, per state board of accounts, as long as the difference in MVH still keeps positive and restricted, it's fine. You said other contracted services?
Yeah.
So, it looks like that's where they pay Menards, Napa, Logman, Denos, Fowler Pest, Helena, Indiana Waste, John Deere Financial.
Well, miscellaneous expenses.
Yeah, I mean,
As I look at that, I'm at who they hired to do something, a vendor of some sort.
yeah.
They need 35,000 there. 35,000.
Maybe it's not the correct title for that. We're gonna leave that one alone. Flat Brooks, 5,000.
Do you do that in Geneva? That's under your office, right?
58 is the record ventilation. Approved her part, which was just payroll, and then this is, she pays this out of her funds. Surveyors,
So we have to cut that back. Surveyor's situation. Your
Yes.
cash balance is only 46.
Yeah.
So do we need to cut that back to?
45.
Yeah.
What gets paid into that, like where does that money come from?
I think it's just like, is this just copy fees and stuff? Let me look. It's 1202, right?
It's like zeroed it out the last couple.
We only spent $150 this year.
Well, and our budget for this year is zero. Our
It's like
budget
we
is zero.
zeroed it every year. I moved it somewhere.
So yeah, it looks like it's just copy fees, some type of copy fees from the recorder's office.
When I get, let's say I get a copy downstairs in the surveyor's office, it goes through, I have to pay.
Why would she ask for 50,000?
what it's doing is paying down his other expenses. It's paying down through that perpetuation.
But if you look at what's been spent out of there, it's been less than $200.
Yeah.
I thought that's where all the stuff that we zeroed out for department requests. I thought it came out of here, but it doesn't appear that anything's coming out of here. I mean, or very little. We get
Well, yeah, it's hanging out of there would be a surveyor's ditch mileage, it looks like maybe. Inspection of corner. Maybe he's just not doing them. That's why they put it up, there's no expense, those are only $800-some. So we also took out part-time reference mapping, he just doesn't hire anybody.
So you think this 50,000 was that cornerstone stuff we cut last year?
Hey, grab his old book.
We've cut it out year after year.
That's what I'm saying, so I feel like it was.
I think, yeah, we're just putting that in. That's about what the balance is on those cash balances.
Just for access.
So really probably don't want it that high.
I mean, I say $1,000 if anything, 500. We haven't spent anything out of it.
The $1,000 in there.
Did Sam get back to us about what that extra question is?
Yeah. She said if they need an engineer for plans for a smaller ditch project that would be reconstruction, and if there wouldn't be enough in the maintenance account, it could come out of that. We had it this year, I don't believe we have used any of it this year.
So it's just
That was up to 21, went out to 2,100.
it's just a what if fund, rainy day fund.
Page 60, elected official training. Are most of the departments using this? Okay, statewide 911. Really a whole lot we do there. The overtime, I think we brought the overtime down to 50,000.
Yeah.
Reassessment. Is our appraisal contract a year-end payment, since we haven't paid anything yet, or does it come up in the fall?
For which reassessment?
Yeah, 32500.
That would have been. So we paid one. $325,000, right?
Yeah, 32, yeah.
So it looks like we paid, it's not like a full amount, it looks like it comes in waves, so we paid some in April. And then we paid, there's one being paid in September.
Is that the contract that's 125 over 3 years?
It's for tap Tapco.
That's not the same.
Or Brian?
I don't know. Is that-
It says 0 in this column here. We paid it in April. Is it aerial photography different? You read it on that account number, right?
Yeah, 32500,
How much you say it was?
10,360.
Been going up like from one expense or but it's like 10, why couldn't we take that down to 51?
Just, is there a fixed amount we gotta pay them? Is it contracted?
I think he just pays by the services that he provides, doesn't he? That Brian guy? It's not a set amount, is it?
There's a set amount over, wasn't that a 3-year contract, John?
Talking about the
When we brought him back in here because none of them made sense and we made him clarify all of it, and it's over 3 years.
Yeah, I thought so.
But what he doesn't do and what our office does and our first deputy does, then is taken off of that contract that we don't have to pay, so I can't give you a guarantee as far as what the difference will be between what the assessor's office is gonna do and what he's gonna do.
But if we give her less money, doesn't that just mean she has to do it and we can't make him do it?
No, because it's already,
I would plan on him doing most of it.
yeah, you might as well just plan on him doing most of it.
Yeah, we had that conversation.
Kelly said it's for GIS and Tapco, so. Which is our mapping.
Speaker of the dog. I was watching it on the computer.
So tell us about the 62,000 then.
That is for a software that we're paying on. I think this is I don't know if I got 1 year left or what it is, I'd have to look, but. And then they have the maintenance, but it's also for Tapco. So there's 2 different contracts coming out of that.
Which that one's over the 3 years, right?
Which one, Tapco?
Yes,
Is that who came in and talked to us?
That's a 4-year contract.
4 year, 4 year.
And what was the name of that company?
Tapco. The other one is, I think it's either our Xsoft or Schneider. I think it's Xsoft, our new software. I have to look, actually. I just heard you guys asking, I'm like, no, it's not just Tapco, it's the other one too.
You said GIS.
Yeah, but I think that's Schneider, but I'm not really sure. I'll go look and be sure.
Oh,
That way I can tell you exactly who.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does each department get their own software however they want, or does the IT person?
I think they
funnel?
pick what they want or what they've used.
It's what services that are specific to what they do per office, IT does not choose that.
Bev, is the contractual services 7,800, that's different than what is in line appraisal contract then?
Oh, I was looking for something.
Yes, the contractual services is for her copier.
Let's go to page 63 while we're waiting. The opioid unrestricted, so that's probably a grant fund, I'm guessing.
Who gets to pull from that?
64 is adult probation. Doesn't affect our budget part of it, anyway, does it? Our electronic services haven't used anywhere close to the the amount doesn't.
Is that because they're not putting it in county or in
The right funds.
home detention because they don't have someone to monitor them?
Okay, the one you were asking about is for our Xsoft, which is our software, and it's 31,000 a year plus the commissioners pay a portion of that when we got our new software. I think this is our last year, but I'd have to check with theirs to see what. And then Capco comes out of that, and Schneider, which is our GIS, comes out of the account 39900. There's that better.
That's the area. What comes out of the appraisal contract? You got 62,000.
That's the Xsoft, which is our appraisal software. And then Capco, which is the one that contracts out.
So did it go up? I mean, we spent 41,000 in '05 and we got asking for 62,000, about 20,000 more. The reason why we.
I think I took it out elsewhere, so that it was all coming out of the right, because I think I had to transfer money last time. So rather than do that, I just did it all. Should have brought my books down.
Alright.
So I did.
Any other questions? Oh, she's here?
Yeah, I'd have to go back, but I'll do it.
Yeah.
I should have brought it with me.
Thank you. Sounds like the bills just haven't been paid yet. Got 31,000 for software. Okay. Page 65, juvenile probation. I'll let that there. User fees. Fraction user fees, next page, 67. Just the user fee again. $60,000. 69, fraction user fees. Revenues reduction fund. Not requested to follow up on the back by Bridget, indicating what that was all going through. Looks like that's what the contract is for this next following year. 72, megawatt production fee. Here's your wind.
What attorney fees are we paying out of megawatt? Cause 25 spend was 20. Budgeted 30 for the last 3 years. Only 8,000 spent to date. So is that a flat contract fee that we're paying Mr. Ayler again?
No, it's playing in BZA, I think. It's loading. That'd be Brooke.
Yep.
Yes, that's what it is. It's so playing in, yeah, it's for playing in BZA's attorney.
Do we have a contract in here for a specific amount, or is what she bills us? I know, we need
That
all
would be the
30.
same question.
Do
She
we
would
need
have that.
all 30 in there, cause we haven't used it. Does that matter? Is that one of our funds that matters?
The wind farm. money.
Oh,
Next one, who's your win?
Why did we zero this one out? How much is left in this fund?
143,000.
So that fund was depleted last year because there was the money that we used out of it was to help with Oxford's water project. And then the beginning of this year, we finally got the money back for it, so that's why there's no money back in there.
Always heard nothing, zero down.
Is there any plans for that money this year?
Can you answer that?
Not right now. Well, that depends, cause we still have to put a roof on the jail, so,
That's kind of what I was thinking.
yeah, so I don't think I'd mess with it right now, cause that's probably what we're gonna use to do that roof, since that we're not getting your in-kind funds.
What's the timeline for that roof look like?
You know any contractors that'll call you back?
Terry not come out?
He hasn't called me back.
He's at my place the other day, I should have said something.
I went and talked to him personally and gave him Sean's phone number, and he said he'd get with him, and Sean said he hasn't heard from him. We want it done before winter, so we.
Well, that's what I thought, that's why I didn't know.
No, you're not. Our entire goal this whole was to get it done and all done before winter hits, so that's still the goal. But, as Sean can tell you, as a contractor, it seems like everybody's buried so deep you can't hardly get anybody.
It's been a tough year.
And I can't bid on it.
And he can't bid on it, so.
You could do it for free, couldn't you?
Probably could.
He feels like he does enough for free.
Just trying to solve a problem.
Phil could bid on it.
No.
And hire you.
No, I can't.
Alright. Wind tourism, the big account.
There's still like, what was it now?
We're on page 74.
Okay, so we spent, I thought last time I looked at line, there was like $5,300 in there.
For what?
Wind tourism.
The cash balance probably is that, yeah.
Okay.
But she only ever budgets $1,000.
Okay. They're just trying to get that kicked back up and going again, Jim. There's been a lot of outreach from a lot of different entities that are, like the shrimp farms, the wind, they've got 1,000 people scheduled, it sounds like, just for the shrimp farm stuff for this year. So they're trying to get the wind incorporated, so we've all discussed it, and we'd like to get the wind companies to tie back in and help fund this, so.
Page 75 is Amazon. And we requested why we got such a big number there?
For what, 600,000?
Yes.
I believe.
And that's half of the balance. Yes.
That's on, it's 625 out of there.
So the county line, the 3111 is for employee bonuses, and then I just went off what we've spent previous. So last year we expended $597,275. Give me a second, and I can tell you. it looks like finishing the fairground building. A fence, it looks like, did we put a fence up around one of the towers?
Out at Freeland Park.
We paid support out of, annual support for Exoft out of there last year. Apparently.
Does
And
somebody
then-
use Exoff besides Kelly?
No. The biggest numbers that came out of there last year, I guess, were for the Town of Oxford project. There was some money taken out of there for that, which at this point would have been put back in, so.
So are we done paying out for Town of Oxford, we're just waiting for reimbursement at this point?
We're close to.
So we are on payout 12, and what we're paying out is minimal compared to what we had in the beginning.
$1,000 minimum?
Yes, yes, like, I think the last one I just paid out was like $6,000 or $7,000 bucks. And,
You said how many?
I can tell you how much, I have a spreadsheet of how much they owe
Started
us.
out in the $100,000 range.
You said you're on payment 12, but how many payments are there?
They haven't told us. Emily from Kirksey just said that they should be done by the end of August, so.
Okay, so maybe one or two more.
Can we drop that down like 200, that way we know what's going on,
That's fine.
how the money being used? Helps us budget wise.
You're dropping it to 200, correct? Taking 400 out?
Oh, you're taking 400 out?
Okay.
Okay.
Didn't really affect it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just.
Just add transparency.
And that's for miscellaneous, right?
Jordan Creek's got 10.
Did we not get as much from that one?
They haven't started yet. They're still new, I think.
Yeah, we've got, that's 28, isn't it, Jim? I think you got that right now. That's thinking 28.
28.
28, that starts.
We're still working off the initial payment, I think. They have some kind of downstroke.
Was it 10 years?
Yep.
Yeah.
10 years and
38
starts in
to
28?
38, yeah. Main Street Fiber is page 77. So you had a comment, combined BC recovery fees from edit fit fund with clerical. So is that something?
That's Audrey. So originally, part of hers was she was being paid out of the edit fund. And I just combined them all out of mainstream because that's where the BC recovery fees and stuff are going, so. When they first started out with that position, they were paying it out of the edit fund because there was,
Didn't have
the fund wasn't established
Wasn't,
quite yet,
yeah.
so.
Now that it was, she was able to swirl.
So what's her role? She's getting money for the county, is that what she?
Yeah, she brings in and she does the billing, she does the accounts receivable on the mainstream, plus not only does she do that, but she also does Jason's side of it for billing for Medicaid, the ambulance billing, there's multiple.
What's the contractual services we're paying on the mainstream?
We have to pay, don't we pay REMC?
Yeah, so you've got
For the stuff on the tower, we
towers,
pay,
electrical, and, to run your equipment,
cause the county owns like what, 3 towers now, 4?
3 or 4, yeah. So,
Got that for us?
Okay, sorry. All right, I did a little checking on that contract because it was bugging me. So this year should be our last year to pay out the 31,000. So I wouldn't need it next year, but they pay the maintenance fee of 27,000. So it's
did you
either,
agree to that?
you did,
You know
the
better
prior
than
board did. But if you
Oh,
want,
see,
I mean,
that's
it comes out
prior
of,
board.
it's general fund no matter what, but if you want that in my budget, that's fine, or if you want it not,
Which that explains
care.
why that out of Amazon.
so.
Okay,
Okay? So that 31 will, there you go, 31 saved.
You said that's done at the end of this year?
Yeah, this year's payment's the last one.
Okay.
So do we lower that budget?
Well,
Well, I took it.
What just happened?
well, she said this is the end of it for this year, just said, does it need, they got a legitimate question, does it need to be budgeted for 27? Last payments this year, of 31,000, right?
Unless you want her to pay, unless you want her to pay the 27,000, so it's not coming out of wind money.
Have her budget 27, that takes, puts the.
Which that's where it should be.
Yeah,
was that?
let's do that. You guys good with that?
That works.
So 40,000 we can,
It's easier to find that way.
so that contraction services was that money that's in mainstream fiber now?
No.
We're at 1224 is what we're
Yeah.
talking
I was getting $500,000 here.
Reassessment.
So it was coming out of Amazon, right?
Yeah,
So. Yeah, so we just dropped 400,000, so, but that doesn't affect the tax levy.
No, but reassessment it does. So if you, what did she have budgeted for reassessment?
62,000.
And how much is she for sure paying out this year?
She said 30, she said she's paying 31,
out
they're
of it.
paying 27.
27.
Okay, so if she pays the 27, so it doesn't come out of wind money,
You still put 4 or 5 out.
yes.
yeah.
It's waiting for you to find it.
Okay,
How much did she budget?
62,000.
Yeah. 62 was my guess.
Page
So yes,
62.
you could take 4,000 off of
look
it.
at you.
You could still take 4,000 off of it.
Yeah, this one right here.
I'm about 28.
And that would streamline, I'd put it back, I agree with you, Brandon, I'll put it back where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And
It's
then,
easier to find.
yep, and then we're not drawing from that other fund
So
that's
we're gonna take
budgeted
that
out.
62 to 57, is that what you said?
62 to, yeah. No,
How much did
it's
she pay?
4,000 difference,
So
It'll be
58.
58,000.
58,000. So the bottom line is 150,082. That probably puts us over what we need to find.
I'm sure.
Guys got jokes, huh?
Yeah, it's fun day. All right, now we're back on 62. No, we're past.
No.
75.
75, yeah.
Okay, so we took that down, took that down to 260,000. 76. Wood Creek. 76. 77, okay.
What was
We're not
the-
getting caught up now.
Yeah, on the mainstream, what are we paying out of the unappropriated fund?
Okay.
Whatever comes up.
Pretty much, good answer.
Did we find out what the contractual services
That's
are?
what I was gonna say.
That's like our power bills for
The
RMC, NIPSCO, whatever, for our, towers, for our equipment.
Yeah, but we haven't paid anything out of it. We budgeted 40,000 and haven't paid anything for a couple of years. Doesn't show.
Well, we just started this fund
Yeah,
a year ago.
they just started, we just got into this deal where they're starting to charge and we were good, and then Warren County called and Newton County, which we just took on.
They just bought another tower in
We
Wadena.
bought Wadena Tower.
Okay.
Raycom put it up for sale because they sold out. So we purchased it because all of our equipment's on it. We were paying rent on it anyway. I was able to get a purchase for 15 versus building a new one for 75. So we went that direction.
So I guess I'm still not clear. What are we paying RMC for?
The electric.
Electric,
To run the tower?
to run the tower.
Okay.
Yeah.
Utility.
But see, Newton County as well, but they rent off our tower too, on the Wadena Tower, so it's not, it's close to a wash, yes. But, Newton County's for that one, and the other ones are Warren County and.
And got the ECG, Community Investment Fund. What'd you say that was, what, paid out of that, 366,000?
So the main thing out of there is gonna be the LAO software that the treasurer and the auditor's office use. And then does Kelly use it too?
Wow. 78, 79.
But it's our payroll, financials, tax software, budget software, and it's 116,000, I think.
So why have we spent 1.5 million?
That's the water project too.
Oh.
That's mainly where we've been paying the water project out of.
Which now they're paying us back.
Yeah.
Yes.
With interest?
I don't know that one, but we
Unfortunately,
do something like that in the future, where like they're gonna do a bond or something.
That was before all of our time.
Maybe this is a silly question, but we budgeted 100,000, we spent 1.5, how's that work?
That's why on the unappropriated claim lines, I have put balances in there because yes, you can spend, if you spend it out of the unappropriated, all you're doing is spending out the cash balance.
Right.
But State Board of Accounts wants a budgeted amount in there that you're spending from. And prior.
Which obviously they don't hold you accountable to.
No.
79 is health bioterrorism.
That's a grant, right?
Yes.
So who, obviously the preparedness coordinator, they hired somebody, it's gone from $2,300 to $20,000.
So she's actually paid out of 1161. She was previously paid out of the 8103. I think Kathy's just trying to use the cash balance in it because it's a grant fund.
Okay, so there's money in this grant to pay that,
Yes.
25,000.
Yep.
Or did we increase her payment somewhere else?
She's not paying that. It's either or. She's not being paid out of both locations at the same time.
So what's the? Is that a salary line that will be adjusted when we determine?
Yes, so it'll go based, like if you do a percentage, it'll go based off of the 2279, what was budgeted last year.
Okay, just as long as, because we're not crossing, she's. not-
Essentially, she's paid out 1161, we don't ever use the 8103. I mean, she's not, if for some reason she goes over budget, but she wouldn't because she's budgeted for the correct amount in 1161, so.
So do we need, not that it makes a difference, if she wants to use her cash balance, why wouldn't she be paid out of this fund?
I don't know, I can't answer that. I've asked her before and she's.
Because her cash balance isn't gonna go down if she's paid out of the other one.
But is the other fund at zero? Or is it a multiple, are multiple people paid out of that same line?
No, not the same line, the same.
Or the same?
Same fund,
Fund.
so 1161 is where Miranda and Tara, everybody, at the.
Miranda, Tara, and Heather.
So isn't the preparedness coordinator Heather?
Yes. But there's also a preparedness coordinator line in 1161. Because
Okay, is that one zero?
No,
For
that's where Heather is paid out of.
So why do we need money in both lines?
I've asked Kathy before and she
So
just,
if we zero out the one in 1171.
don't do that, 'cause.
Well, if we mark it down to 1,000.
No, cause that's the one that's correct, that's budgeted correctly for the whole year.
But if we want her to use the grant funds to pay her versus.
She doesn't have enough budgeted though, in 8103 to pay her for the whole year. That's what I'm saying, like,
So you think she just threw that in there for like overtime or extra or?
I don't know. I can't answer it, I don't know.
So how much does she need between the two funds for her for the year?
She's asking for 30,000 on page 47 for preparedness coordinator. Which is the same one, isn't it, that she's asking for 20,000 on this one? If she's not using this fund, it doesn't sound.
Right, so, I mean, I just wanna know why we have two lines to pay the same person and we have an excess amount in the line that matters.
If you're wanting to get rid of one of them, I would do 8103, don't do 1161, cause that's where she's paid out of mainly.
But 8103, we can leave because it's a grant and the other one we need to cut because it's.
1161's a grant too.
Oh, okay, so it doesn't matter which one we cut. So how much do we need between the two? Like what is her salary for the year that between the two we need to have covered?
Right now it's 25,000.
Yeah, currently she's making 24,994 for this year. That's her.
And how much did you say is in?
She requested 30,488 and 1161.
That was the one that she was a little low on roasting.
Oh yeah, that's right. Good call.
So the fact that she's at 27,494, does the written in amount, is the written in amount what she actually, like what we can actually budget?
So.
Or does it have to go by what was printed? Since we can't.
It needs to be a 3488,
yes, because it was.
Last year it was budgeted a little bit low.
For what her, cause she's paid hourly, and so she had figured her hourly rate was incorrect. So I talked to her when we were doing budget books, cause I had caught it, and so the 3488 is what needs to be budgeted for her for this year. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
Same with Tara's, which is county nurse assistant, hers was budgeted a little low last year.
So then, when we decide on raises, then it's not gonna be applicable to them.
That's what I was.
We budgeted wrong, not last year. Depends on what they got paid, I don't know if they got different lines.
I mean, I'm okay with leaving some in the 3108 or 8103.
But I don't
I mean, to cover it, but I don't understand why we have $50,000 budgeted for somebody who's making 20. You know, I mean.
Better off with
You wanna
the other,
go
if
get
you're using that money
Kathy,
up.
cause I can't answer a question. Go see if Kathy's here soon.
Are you sure it's just one person, not two?
No, it's just one,
It's just
it's not
just
just.
how they're doing preparedness.
Okay, so.
Anybody else want to?
Okay, good.
Trina, did you see this?
I did.
Okay. I saw her, I just didn't know if somebody else saw it.
We all need to drink just this.
How many?
Very much. Only with iced tea, and most times water.
Okay, so. I said it wrong, what I said wrong for what I wrote in, those are what Miranda's requesting, they don't have to be that amount. It was just, since they were figured, she figured the hourly rate was wrong. If doing a percentage increase off of what she had figured, she wouldn't have gotten, like, if you guys gave a higher raise than what she requested, they wouldn't have gotten that raise because it was figured incorrectly on her end as far as the hourly rate.
So she figured at 3%, so if we give 8%, it didn't account for that, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
that's
it
why-
doesn't have to be.
So the 379 is a
Just
higher
what-
percentage.
Yes, it's just what she's asking, it doesn't have to be that amount.
Okay.
So the amount that we have here for 2026, 34,175 is what she actually made last year, that wasn't a mistake.
Correct. No, it was just the hourly rate was incorrect.
She's coming, she just needs a second.
Thank you.
Just take the elevator, so. So she may be here in an hour, or she may be here tomorrow, depending on the elevator.
I didn't even take it when I broke my foot. At least that one.
So is she gonna tell us about the performance coordinator, is that?
Mm-hmm.
You laugh.
No, I'm not laughing. I'm not.
You're saying upstairs, downstairs, and deep.
With bird.
Yes.
She's in Kathy's office,
Okay.
but they're, like, it's all one department, it's the health department.
Right.
But Heather is in Kathy's office, yes.
Why does the health department pay Social Security and Medicare, why does it come out of the commissioner's budget and everybody else's? Is it because they have grants?
I think it's only the ones that are paid by the grant, yes. The grant money pays for whoever's salary is coming out of it.
Then why doesn't retirement? Why does retirement come out of you guys? That's how it was.
You're in trouble.
Hot seat. Hello, everybody.
Good afternoon, Miss Kathy.
Okay.
So I think our question is, we got preparedness coordinator on the public health 1164 account, fund account, but also preparedness coordinator on your bioterrorism account. We understand you're trying to take that balance down.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess we're trying to figure out why we have them both of them. Why not pay out of one or the other?
The preparedness coordinator is full-time, so to speak.
Okay.
She's paid salary, not hourly. And the HFI fund, we put money in there because we were only, last year we only got 20,000. This year we're getting the 25 back.
Okay.
So we did that as kind of a buffer. So if she should run into overtime in case of an emergency or something, we can rely on the HFI fund to cover her necessary wages.
But she's paid mainly out of the HFI fund, 1161.
Yeah. And we try to save some that's in the preparedness for equipment, supplies, stuff like that we might need down the road
She's got a,
to replace.
she's got a, line item for the preparedness coordinator of $20,400.
Yeah. And a lot of times she just carries that over because we don't
But she's got
use all of it.
$30,488 in public health. So why do we have $50,000 set aside?
In public health,
I've got $30,488 in the public health fund and $20,400 in the preparedness grant
right.
for her.
The public health, I can't answer that. I know that's for her and Tara for after hour clinics and stuff. I think they use that maybe to pay themselves. You'd have to ask her, I'm not sure. I don't think I have a copy of that. If I did, I could probably tell you.
So Heather is paid out of 1161. The preparedness line, that's what Angie's talking about.
Yeah.
She wants to know why Heather is
Why
budgeted
Heather?
in 1161 and 8103.
Okay. The 8103, is that the,
Preparedness grant, health bioterrorism,
Health bio.
that, yeah, what was the other one?
public health fund.
1161.
That's Miranda's.
HFI.
I don't know why she would have her in there, because she's only supposed to be in preparedness and HFI.
Cause it looks like we've been, it
The
looks like
HFI.
the HFI, the public health, the 1161 has been paying her. And that's where we've been budgeting her.
Right.
But this year request, or next year's request, we went from she requested $2,300 for the 26 budget. And she's requesting 20,000 for the 27 budget.
For her.
For Heather, yeah. So I don't know why, it's like we have,
I don't know.
if we have enough money in the grant, why aren't we paying her out of the grant and reducing the request in public health?
When we went over these, she was putting money in the HFI for part-time sanitarian and Heather, the two from my office.
Which she did.
So why she put 20, I don't think we discussed that. I don't know why she put 20,000.
What if it's a typo?
Jim, maybe it was supposed to be 2,400, you think?
Because it looks like we started on 8103 that they started paying out of that one in 24. Because there's nothing in 24 for preparedness in 1161. And then it looks like it's being paid 25 and 26.
How much money do we have in the bioterrorism?
47,000.
So we get paid. Does it matter to you which fund she gets paid out of?
No.
Does it matter to you which fund she gets paid out of?
No, but there's not gonna be enough budgeted in 8103.
Yeah.
Right, so if we.
We use that until we get.
Until we get down.
Yeah.
Leave the bioterrorism, because the public health is one of our funds that counts, right?
No, it's a grant fund. It's HFI, that's HFI.
Okay.
I wonder if that's in there so we get a $25,000 grant.
Yeah, budget so you can have it, you get.
Heather's always paid out of preparedness first. Then we go to the HFI fund for the remainder of the year. That's all it should be, is preparedness and
So between the
HFI.
two, I mean, they're both grants, it's not gonna matter with our levy, just so long as she gets the 30,488 that she would need
Yes.
for the year. So you don't care which grant fund it comes out of.
But if we don't use that money, I think we have to send it back out of preparedness. But there was one year that it took them almost a year to track down where our money went for that grant. So we begin the next year with the fresh money. They told us to keep that money back and we could use it for supplies, equipment, whatever we needed, because we didn't impact our budget run in the red that year because they'd sent our money to Bartholomew County, so.
Close.
Yeah, well. So that's why the extra money's in there.
Looks like in 2024, we were paying her out of that account. And then we started.
Yes, because that's around the time the 1161 fund came into place.
Yeah.
It's a grant fund anyway, so it doesn't achieve the goal we want. I wonder if it's just there to get the grant.
If we leave it there and then.
We know which one she gets paid out of.
Okay.
Thank you, Kathy.
All done? Okay. I don't know that I helped, but.
Number 80 is.
Bye. Hey, see you.
Ebola grant monies. That's it.
With those being salary line items, can those be grants, they can't use them for anything other than salary, right? So it doesn't matter if we leave them there or we cut them, right? Correct.
So I think we normally take everything back, the salaries back to 2026, and figure it from there. What's that do for us?
Say that again?
And we normally take all the salaries see where we're at on our cuts to this year's, and then we move from there.
I don't know, what do you mean, like, see what our salaries
Well,
are?
how much we gotta cut?
$2,360,607.
Okay, so then, and that includes all the requested amounts, right?
Yes, it should include.
Okay, so they take salary back to this year's salary. What does that cut?
It doesn't go based off salary, like, these are, it goes by fund, is how this cut sheet is set up.
That 3 million in the general includes what's been requested, right?
This is what is, what was on our budget order. So,
I have based on my notes that we cut $277,853.
But I got plus that 400,000.
Plus the
but I don't know if
400,000
that-
for the
that
hazard,
doesn't-
doesn't matter.
Which is pretty good, because that means we're only got 2 million to go.
Right, I mean, we're halfway there.
what was I looking for?
Point of the day with the sarcasm.
Yes.
I guess a million of that.
So that 3 million amount is the certified levy for the general fund. That's not like actual dollars, that's just the certified levy amount. Certified budget would be the 6 million. So the cut, this cut number is the over maximum levy advertised for protection.
So that's in red, so it says we have to cut $2,360,000.
I don't know if I trust that, honestly.
It's a big number.
Yes. No, it's never been anywhere close to that.
Yeah, it's usually 500, 400,000.
Yeah,
And you can do that with literally salary request cuts in about 10 minutes if you had to, but then you do your due diligence like this and come up with the additional 300 of
That's why we've always gone back to the year before, and then we had.
Add 3 to 5%, and we're still cutting 700,000. We walk away looking like we did our
I
jobs.
don't know what the difference is though, because
This
like last year, our cut sheet was negative $149,158.
Yeah.
So I don't know where the difference is.
I was gonna say, last year was like 200,000. Or we cut 200,000
Yes.
other money ahead.
Yeah, we didn't have to cut anything, right? Last year we
No.
could, but
Just
chose
left
to. Well, no, I did so we don't set ourselves up for this.
Right.
Like, think
I don't know, I guess let me look at it again, I texted Audrey to ask her, but I thought I could get it all
Where's Frank when we need him?
right,
I know I saw lights flicker a couple times, I think.
He was here.
But according to the worksheet, each percentage of salary is $39,000.
Oh, yeah, I did see that earlier.
On the last page of,
Yep, do you have access to Claude or anything like that, AI, that you could throw that into?
I don't have
It,
anything, and
it could sniff it out pretty quick. Yeah, I could probably actually, if you gotta go back and refigure all the salaries individually or whatever, it can probably go in and figure that too.
I mean, I have all the salaries figured and stuff, they're in the binder, they're under,
yeah, it's the last page of
Council
the council
workbook.
workbook. It tells you,
it's just the cut sheet that's not coming out right.
it's clear in the front under council workbook. It's the last page right before the full one. Right there, salaries, each percentage, if we do a 1% raise, it's gonna cost us $39,000.
Yeah, it's not 2 million.
Trying to get it for 27 total requests, so that means your total approved.
It can't be that much because it's not, even with a 5% increase, the total budget isn't that big of a difference from last year's budget.
Well, if I'm looking at it right, there's $2 million difference in,
It's 2.6, right?
yeah.
If you look at the last page, the accounts workbook, department request was $16,806,905. We approved $14,263,062.
Right.
So
Is this the same?
I don't
So
remember
if-
cutting $2 million.
If they're that close, then maybe there's a zero somewhere that shouldn't be.
No, there should, I mean, I don't think those are off. Is that, are you saying it's off?
No, I
That'd be
just,
$2 million.
that,
2.6.
yeah, I mean, according to this, we cut $2 million last year. I don't remember cutting $2 million, so where did, you know, I remember cutting like 200,000 last year.
We did. The 2 million, that 16 million column is what they requested for this year.
I thought you said that
No,
we
it
were.
says 2026 department request.
I agree with you, though, I don't think it got changed on the year
I didn't
because,
change
it.
because
Okay.
the approval.
Okay.
Because that's what I was looking at.
Okay.
But if that's the case, to get back to that, but
Yes, that should say 27.
Okay.
Sorry.
The 16 million line.
Yes.
correct, almost 17.
Yes, and then the first line, the first column is from 26, what was approved.
Okay.
So is that what's throwing that number off?
Well, wouldn't
No,
we
it's a
see $2 million
whole
run
different
through
spreadsheet.
the line items like we just,
I would have thought so.
I mean, we didn't
Is
see
it all
anything.
salary then?
No, it can't be salary, because if we're just giving a percent raise, that's only
But the request,
40,000. Yeah, but there
Well,
wasn't anybody that was requesting anything like, I mean, that number would just scream at us.
Well, the pay increases are anywhere from 5 to 10%.
Yeah,
20 and
Couple
something.
20.
So,
and that was generated off based on when, before she took office, and the previous didn't do a budget at all for that office.
right.
But we did.
We Jim did.
Jim did.
Yeah,
It was 200 for a pay increase even though the treasurer didn't.
See, when I went through all the payrolls, I came up with a total at $4,820,000. So 1% would be 48,000.
Which,
That in 2026.
but your number, this, at least I mean, because this is saying 1%'s 39,000, so they're, I mean, it's 8 or 9,000 off, closer than this 2 million.
But
Yeah, but I'm
also,
saying that-
were you taking into account the judge, the sheriff, the probation officer, that
Any of
it
the-
doesn't matter?
No,
that
those I moved aside.
Okay, I was gonna say, cause those we,
Yeah, Marcy's I didn't include, I pushed it off.
yeah, those are the ones that, it doesn't matter what they say, what we say.
Right.
I think this department request total is correct.
So when we're looking at this, and it's 20, that should be 2027.
Correct.
Gotcha, so we'll just go down through all these meetings.
Are you adding up all the columns? Angie?
I'm doing department requests.
Yep. county general, what are the other three things going on? What are the three things you look for that? County general,
It's county general, health, EMS, Cume Bridge, Cume Cap, Cume Jail, and reassessment.
County General, Cume Jail, Cume Cap, reassessment, one of them.
Cume Bridge, EMS, and health in general.
And the max levy was what now?
$5,699,080.
just the general fund is 7,418,062, based on what they're requesting. There's $2 million difference there.
Basically everything that's in that deal is in, all the Excel things in that. Basically everything on this worksheet is in cut.
It looks like,
Yeah, it's a little confusing.
Is it?
No, it's gotta be in here, because when I change these numbers, this amount still doesn't change.
Did we ever figure out what the Wi-Fi was in there, password?
And it's saying controlled levies.
Lori, did you ask the Wi-Fi password?
I asked, but I can't I typed it in and
Yeah,
I
I
couldn't
typed
repeat
it
it.
too, I don't remember it.
Can you share?
I didn't do it on my phone, I did it on my computer.
Oh,
Oh, I have it on my, no, I did it on my computer too, sorry.
That number's correct.
I quadruple checked that, so I was hoping it wasn't wrong. Okay, I think I might have figured it out.
just the county general is 7,418,000. If our levy is only 5,699,000, that didn't count any health, any accounts, EMS, something.
Man, you guys are gonna love this. There we go. You only need to cut $9,481.
I say, give us a raise and call it a day.
No, but that's
Total?
Yeah.
To be honest.
So the
To be-
277 we're above, or we need another 9?
I need to take up smoking again.
It's bad
Well,
for you.
but that's based upon all the people ask what they've asked for in the raises. So we got to figure out what we're gonna give in raises, cause some.
But that number's more legit, cause last year
Yeah.
it showed that we could do everything, and leave 100,000. But if you didn't, then you just, you know what I mean?
Beth, are you saying 9,000? We have to cut 9,000 from
Yes,
estimate,
it's
or
positive.
we have to cut another 9,000?
No,
So
no,
the
what you have
207
is fine.
Okay,
The 9,000 is just to be under the levy, the max levy, is what we need to cut. And
Okay.
what you've already cut is fine.
okay.
That doesn't include our cut of 278,000. Or whatever that was.
Like what you've already done,
$277,853.
and that's including like all of it. That's not just like.
That's what we've gone through.
That's what
and
we've
cut.
cut, it's not salary oriented.
Correct, yes, that does include that because,
That number you just gave includes that cut already.
yes,
So a
because,
couple salary adjustments gets us in.
yes.
We're better
I
off.
assume you're not gonna give everybody what they requested, but yes.
Well, they're right, but I'm just.
We're in the red now.
But are you saying?
No, it's red because that's just the color it is. It's not negative.
Right.
You should really make it.
Look, think green, Jim, think green.
Yeah, green.
So,
Government, you know.
Easy how you say that word.
278.
so
Nothing like real business.
the 278 is including
So we need to cut-
non-levy funds though too, correct?
No,
Or is that just overall?
That's just the levy.
Just the levy funds? Okay, so yes, that's not including the salary stuff.
But that, you included the drops in that number, so we actually need to come up with another $8,000, $9,000.
No, that's just overall, the 9,000.
So before we started, we only needed to cut $9,000.
You did a great job.
So we've cut 278, so now we just need to decide how much of a salary increase we're gonna get. Is that what you're saying?
That's, yes.
So you haven't taken into
So we're
account,
already 270 cut.
I'm
It was
guessing that
never right.
it was not the max fund, it was not coming out of the max fund. She was taking the whole budget into account, not just the max funds.
Okay, so this is the
Would be my
number.
guess.
Yes, it was I was using the cash balances instead of what was the certified levy off the budget order. That's what I was going based off of.
So what is the 4,883,000 working max levies? Is that what we've done with our cuts that we've done so far?
So that is figured off of,
And she gave us that this morning
Yeah,
before we
she
started
gave
cutting.
that this morning.
yeah, that's this number. The 488,762, which comes from the DLGF, which is
Okay.
this worksheet.
Okay. But what we've done, I guess the question, we've cut 277,000. Where's the figure in here?
It's not, this is just, those aren't figured in here. This is based off of last year's levies, and then what they projected for this year's levies, and then what was advertised for the budget order, and then what our cash balances are for the levied funds. And then it goes, these are the numbers that I had messed up, which were off of the certified budget from last year. Or for this year.
277,000 ahead, what we need to be.
Yeah.
That's believable.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, well, I was just saying with the additional tax rates on some of those funds, like how the heck do we get to where we gotta cut $2 million? When
Right.
last year we didn't hardly cut but a couple $100,000, and then we cut 600, to try and help the situation.
I just had some numbers mixed up.
That's good.
But now it's put
The
you,
other way.
but now it's put you in an even better position where'd we end up last year on raises? Because 4%. Cause we discussed that pretty heavy with what we cut last year. So with where we sit today, and
that doesn't take into case the sheriff's department.
that's a whole different, you guys need to figure that whole deal out.
What we did in a way, we've already approved the matrix.
Right.
At 1,500, he asked for it to be 25, and we all agree, or I shouldn't say we all agree. I feel that we should do 15, remain, we're only on year 2.
You guys agreed to let that ride to see how it was gonna work out.
Correct, at 1,500, and then if it's a 3% raise or 2% raise at the base raise, whatever that number is, can we do it different on, I know we can, but, department wise, since he's got the matrix in place, and say, obviously Jason's asked for a matrix and we didn't do it.
Well, we told Jason he could do it.
We did, you're right.
I mean,
based off of his.
cause he gets a lump
And we
sum.
gave him plenty of raise, so I'm not saying that, but he
Yeah.
always likes to remind, you told us no, like, I know.
Well, he was gonna present that again today, and then with everything that was going on, he forgot about bringing it up, so,
He's presented it to us.
I know,
one-on-one
either way, so.
Numerous times.
But he did say that, he stated that he forgot, he was gonna bring it up again today, but I guess outside of the whole matrix, as far as the rest of the county go, for what we left him at last year, as far as consideration for this year with the increase of cost of living and everything that's been going on. I mean, it's not getting any easier, and we kept them pretty limited last year on what they got for a raise, and where we're sitting now with how things turned out today, that needs to be thought about pretty hard.
Probably 4% wasn't all that, that's probably realistic for what most people were getting.
From corporate America's
Corporate
standpoint,
2.5 to 3%.
3 is, yes.
But they're also gonna step in here and remind us that they're the most underpaid county in the state of Indiana.
And we are.
That's fine, but how many counties work 32,
That's
36
where I was
hours a
gonna
week?
go. Does every county work
I
32
think
hours?
they are all pretty close to the
Do
same.
we have to give across the board percentages, or can different departments get different?
So we can do different departments get different, we opted not to, cause we.
Cause it gets animosity between.
Yeah.
I don't know who does more work, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? So
So then-
I just do not police.
And I can
it.
understand that point,
But I
but
do
on that
think,
point, I
on
think
the
the guys at the county, they're the ones that just
Mike
get the
decides,
brunt of it.
Mike decides that.
Yeah,
Mike does
does
do a decent
the-
job of that.
Yeah, we just give him a lump sum, he
Yeah.
decides.
He decides that, that's the way.
kudos to him, he's the only one that's willing to take that on,
Yeah.
everyone else we've tried to do that
And
with.
he manages it well, so.
It boils down to the elected officials have to make that decision, how to separate the money, and their decision is, we don't wanna do it. So, we don't have any other way to do it.
And even in corporate America, they don't even go by merit, it's just across the board.
Yeah. Corporate America is
I do
not
feel
all
like-
it's cut up to be either.
I do feel like if we're gonna do a 4 or 5%, whatever that number is, I don't think the sheriff should get the same percentage based on the fact they got the matrix on top of that. And I get it, the matrix is to catch them up, but if we keep that same deal, they're gonna,
And I agree with
That
you,
gap's gonna
because
sprint.
they took themselves into a whole different area by going that way, where the other employees don't have that option.
it sounds like a mid and break though, like kinda am, but not so much for right now, but if you don't do it now, next thing you know, the base plus that, they're all $100,000 plus and you can't pay it. And then how the hell do you, sorry, I know you're used to 7, but we can afford 5 of you.
Right.
The other thing you gotta remember, they did away with longevity.
They did.
So,
That helped.
That is
I
their
mean, so that
longevity.
some of those get $1,000 a year.
Yeah.
Where would their?
There was give and take in that, I won't disagree.
Where would, how many of the deputies would qualify for longevity?
Braden, Austin, and Julie, I think,
Yeah.
so 3.
Any of them above the?
500, no.
Cause I guess as I think through that, how many deputies we had the last 10 years?
Yeah.
So then you're going back down to the starting pay again.
Right.
I mean, it's hard to figure, I mean,
So the
you're
matrix,
guessing.
that matrix goes away then, start over?
Yeah, basis.
But it goes
based
start-
on when you start.
But it starts after that matrix, you know what I mean? It's the third cycle of it, the starting wage of that deputy, that.
And that's discretion to sheriff, but you know where it's gonna be, it's gonna be
It's
the
gonna be that-
lowest paid guy.
Yeah.
I don't, some of these, I don't know, if you're hiring somebody now, most of the time they're coming in higher than some of your long-term workers.
And that doesn't create problems.
Yeah, it does.
I will say, Nicole gave us that.
Can I interject here since
Yeah, you're
I
gonna
guessed
have
at
to here
this point.
shortly.
I mean, for the last couple of years here, inflation's gone up quite a bit for a lot of people everywhere, including the county employees. It's more than 2.5%, 3%. I'm not saying go to full 6, but I take that into account that most of our employees are saving less and spending more, trying to stay within our community.
And our community doesn't have a, grocery store, so they're,
Yeah.
our community is not supporting them for staying here.
On the other hand, it never goes away. I mean, you keep putting percentage on percentage on percentage.
Yeah.
At some point in time,
Take care of our people, but the Matrix, I think it sucks, in my opinion.
That, and when we have, okay, so we know we're having a pretty decent year here right now. I know we got all this figured out. We have no idea what we're gonna deal with next year and going into 28.
I think we need to anticipate the worst.
So that's where we're headed that way. So if we have the ability now to take care of them on this round, because we don't know what next year and the year after that's gonna be.
especially 2029.
We can't predict any of that.
Well, 2029, we might not all just be out of our control.
I mean, we've done
Some of
well
that
with
stuff.
them, we've done 1 year 10%, and was last year 4 or 5?
4.
Okay, and then, I mean, we've been trying hard to get them.
I'm not saying you haven't. There's years where you can and there's years where you can't. Last year was a can't. I mean, 4 was 4 and you can do whatever as far as corporate average. I don't believe in that. I believe in what we do to take care of our employees as a county in a whole. As a whole, not in a whole, as a whole. This is our employees. This is the people that take care of our people in this county. So that's the way I look at it.
There's still a number though that.
I get that. I understand. I'm not.
But if we go back 10 years ago, how many people did we have employed by the county compared to where we are right now? We keep adding deputies and dispatchers and all of that.
Well, it's by call volume. Like through your call volume.
Well, I understand that, but
You have a way to figure.
I'm just saying that you just keep growing and growing and growing and.
Some things you have
But
to.
the county's not
So
growing.
the 5% is.
It's right here.
On the last page of your workbook, we're under council workbook,
5% is 200,000.
on the last page,
Oh, yeah, the very last page of
the
that.
last page of your county workbook.
Here in the
5% is 196.
That's what you're looking at. That is the color, but yeah, just.
last page of that shows $196,315 at 5%.
Is that what we took out, cut?
Yeah.
How do we compare with the neighboring counties? Other than Tippecanoe, I know we can't.
We don't compare with Tippy.
No.
Whatsoever. I think, like John said, as far as deputy side, we're not equal with Warren, and we're nowhere close to Newton County. Like say the
Because they pay out of the
yeah,
landfill.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. So if you're trying to compare us to the surrounding counties,
You can't.
Warren's the one we're closest to. I mean, we don't even have, White County doesn't even.
At least Warren's growing.
Yeah, so.
Newton County's average deputy salary for 2026 is 73,000.
Ours is what, 64-ish?
63, 60, depending on where they're, yeah.
So we've closed it fully where it's a decent gap.
We closed a big gap from where we were at.
Like literally 2 years ago, we were 45.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how we had deputies, to be honest with you. We should know.
Newton County goes way up there.
I mean,
Well, yeah,
borders
they're-
Lake County though,
Yeah.
I mean,
You could have some sketchy areas up in there.
Yeah, definitely.
So they got the landfill to subsidize those sheriffs.
And soon they'll have tourism from the Hammond Bears.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Gary Bears, isn't it?
Oh, Gary Bears.
Okay, well, we need to decide on something here. Yeah, keeping the sheriff's department separate, I mean, that's a different animal. What do you wanna do?
Let's say 5. So 20, 5 or 6. 6 would be,
Oh, you're gonna have
240.
another 40,000, yeah.
I mean, that would,
Pretty well break even.
yeah, I mean, I would say 5, because that gives us still
a little buffer.
A little buffer to have for additionals if needed. Right?
Some of those, like in the probation office, they're starting lower than what they were last year. So how is that gonna, they can't get more than what they asked for, right?
No, if you,
So you'll,
if you gave a 5% raise and they didn't ask for a 5% raise for their employee, they get what they asked for.
right, so some of them were lower than what they were last year. Okay, there's a 5% on the table.
You need a motion?
Need a motion?
I'll make a motion that we get 5%.
Do I have a second?
I'll make a second.
A second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There you go.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Something we just talked about, is it?
No.
No, that's correctional. Yeah.
Oh, was that correctional?
So it says, that's a correctional.
So unless we hear from you, Beth, we will not meet tomorrow.
That's my plan.
I didn't.
So unless we hear from Beth, we're not meeting tomorrow.
You won't hear from me.
So she says.
Beth is taking tomorrow off too. I don't know if y'all just heard that.
As long as our numbers are right.
So on the 5% back to the sheriff, then
Yeah, what are we
we
doing?
leave that out, or
I mean, part of the matrix is that it's included. If we're gonna follow the matrix,
but we did 10%. You know, when we gave everyone else 3 a couple years ago, and now we're adding the matrix on top of it.
Yeah, I think that's what it was, wasn't it? Is that they get,
last year.
they just get a base.
It does have a base, no, that's what the
Or they
matrix
just
shows,
get
but
a-
I don't know that it has to be the same, that, it doesn't state that the base is
I
raised.
thought you only gave them 2% on top of the matrix last year.
Says matrix 3-year cycle, $1,500 on top of base pay plus annual across the board raises.
Yeah, so
Correct,
whatever.
but we can't, we don't, I don't think we gave them 4% last year when
Hang on,
we
I'm pulling
implemented
it
it.
up.
So I'm just saying, we don't have to give 5%. I'm not saying we can't, I'm just, I feel like there'll be some other departments that aren't gonna, that ask for 20% or 10%. If they get 5 plus their matrix, I feel like we might be setting ourselves up for some answering some questions that we could probably nip prior to.
But at the same time, if they wanna present a matrix for their employees, they
I
could
don't
make
want
an
everybody
appointment.
presenting a
Well,
matrix.
I don't either, but I'm just saying, if you wanna come in and fight for your employees, make an appointment and come in and fight for your employees. Jason did, John did. I mean, how many other departments are not here to present why their employees need more? I'm not saying they don't, and I'm not saying they don't deserve it, but if you're not willing to come here and tell me why you deserve it, then I don't want you to come in November complaining that your employees only got the minimum. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but come in and give me paperwork and tell me what all you're doing and tell me how your employees are staying after and coming in early and doing all that. I'm not saying it to be bully and I'm not saying it
Does
to be
that
that,
get
but
relayed to them to have that as part of their budget?
They know to come
they're
in.
all
Okay.
offered the chance.
I
I'm
email,
just
no, I
asking
email
questions.
all of them to
I
come in
guess
and
what
talk
maybe
to
take
On
them.
the highway, if it's 5, then
Mike
Mike
still
gets
gets
5,
it.
and
Mike
they
gets
divvy
5%.
that up.
He can do the
Yes.
2,
He
5,
does it how he
10,
wants.
0, and 10.
Yeah.
And John, we prefer to do that for every department
Right.
and let them decide, because we don't.
I don't know how one
I don't
works
know how
versus the
a person
other,
works.
Yeah,
so.
cause we don't give merit raises.
Plus, the way we do it, by giving it to everybody like that, it actually spreads their gaps every year. They have.
I mean, if they wanna come in and they wanna present us,
Is that something we just need to
Performance reviews.
request to the heads, just say, hey, this is what you gotta do, or when we've done that, they just do a blanket?
We've done it several times.
Yes.
They just do the easy, all right, fine, thanks.
Because what do you have to do? Then you gotta evaluate.
And stand behind it.
Right. I mean, if you wanna give each of your employees a performance review every year and tell them, hey, you're doing great on this, but you're kind of falling behind the 8 ball on this.
And then that entails they need to make a job description of their own.
I was just thinking like, I
It
guess with
gets
my,
a whole.
some of that, like
Yeah.
Nicole did present to get a
Yeah.
why and gave us paperwork based on what the town clerks are making. So you gave him 5%, but she asked for 20. I said, no, they're giving sheriffs, 10 or whatever, 5% plus the matrix. I don't remember giving them the same percentage of base, I guess is what I'm saying.
But with that being said, those deputies that are not on the merit, or they're not on the cycle, they get 0.
Stay the same.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying not give them something, I just want it needs to be 5. If you guys think we're gonna be fine and keep it at 5 and there be enough turnover that we're never gonna get the pay scale out of whack, then. And honestly, that probably is the case, I guess. I mean,
Just look at
turnovers,
history.
yeah, turnovers seems to be the issue there anyhow, but maybe.
Then we lost 2 this year.
So maybe it's irrelevant to look at, really, I don't know.
So the Newton County office chat is between starting salaries 58,300 to 70,500.
Yeah, they actually have a posting right now that they're hiring for their deputy.
I just going off of.
And where were we at, 60?
We're between 63 to 60.
The new deputy's scheduled for 60,000.
Yeah.
And the top one is 65,700.
But you did that the year before, I believe. We took everybody to 60,000 on it, and then the matrix come the year after that.
Chat.
Yeah, well, that's average.
Yeah.
He just has a higher in 2026 to be 60,000.
So you don't have deputies that have been there for,
Yeah.
I mean, that's why their average is probably like how many of their deputies have been around for.
I mean, overall, money-wise, it's not gonna change much. You're only talking couple percent on 4 or 5 people, so it's not gonna be I was more looking at how to be, not really fair necessarily, but how to justify not giving more to some of the others that asked for more when he got the matrix and they got a big boost the previous year.
It was only 2% last year.
Only what?
Yeah, because he started the matrix.
Yes.
We gave him 2 plus the matrix.
Plus the
Yeah.
matrix. Yes.
How many deputies got matrix bonuses last year?
All of
last
them.
year. 2
You just changed it to where he was doing 2,500, 5,000, 7,500, and you changed the 2,500 to 1,500, the 5,000 to 3,000, and the 7,500 to 4,500.
So last year, everybody got some sort of raise based on their longevity.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And you only did the 2% instead of the 4.
And then 2027, there'd be 2 of them that they'll get $1,500.
Plus the
Plus a
whatever
raise.
percentage, yeah.
Well, at least, I guess last year, maybe that's why we did. I forgot that there's a big balloon start, that there was twice the number too, so I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the 5% plus the matrix, I guess.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor, 5%. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
So there's
Welcome
only,
aboard.
there's only one that's getting the matrix this year, right?
2.
They're normally not this exciting, they get a lot more than that, so.
Should just be Julie or no.
So
I'm just
Braden-
concerned to just,
it
Angie's
says
on
Braden.
It's just Braden.
Braden,
Largen's
Braden
gone.
over there.
He's gone. He went to excise.
Okay, I just thought his name's on this.
Yeah, he's
And are we
gone,
still
Jim.
doing 1,500 instead of 2,500, correct?
Yes.
I would
Are we okay with your treasurer getting 5%? Or do we want to address it for
Yeah, I
requests
think we
for?
need to address her request.
She thought.
I didn't look up the paper that she
I
brought
didn't
us up.
either.
It was 20%, I know that.
Right, but what was for her rate compared to, she brought it in compared to the
It's
town's.
pretty significantly less, I just glanced through it, so.
The town's versus a 40-hour work week or a 32-hour work week. I do not know that.
Hey, for argument for our sakes, it's 65 at the
Okay.
town level.
I was just asking from comparing apples to apples.
I think there's a 40, but I
We'll look
haven't
on.
seen her yet.
Okay, there it is.
And she's always mentioned, as long as it's an elected position, as long as my paperwork is fine, I can sort of come and go as I please.
Right.
And yeah, so I don't know how the other towns work that out.
What page was she on?
And she's got a deputy clerk and,
Teresa's retiring, is she not?
yeah.
How long has she been there?
A long time.
Long time.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
is Deandra coming in at Teresa's pay rate? Because isn't Deandra replacing her at the beginning of the year? Is that what I
Yes,
heard?
but she will not get the same
Salary?
salary as Treva was getting.
Okay.
Because the town a few years back lowered her base rate, and then every accreditation she gets from year through the other year, she gets a bump of like $1,500. That's how she got up to where she's at.
They're pretty busy throughout the week though, aren't they?
Yeah.
The-
Yeah, and then Treva's, been helping out a lot of other towns, Oxford, Wolcott, Goodland.
We're not that far off from Oxford.
I can't name all the ones she gets money from there too.
So they also got town board meetings in the evenings.
Yeah.
Looking at these, we're not that far off of a couple of towns, but we're missing Audubon and Bowers by about 10 grand. So at 5%.
Does the town of Audubon get paid a little out of Tippy? Or is it all out?
We get some stuff out of Tippy,
Okay.
because we got Shelby Township.
What should be at?
56. $56.39.05. With a 5% raise. Audubon is 57.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Aren't they just a collector of the money?
Treasurer's office.
And they do everything else?
They collect the tax,
Right, twice a year.
and then they do like the bank balance and then cash flow.
How much has she saved us in there though?
That's the thing that you gotta go back and figure, it's just cut out of there that you're not paying and everything else, they've changed that office. So, I need to have a conversation.
Yeah, well, he's right, that's what, she saved a lot of money in there by doing stuff herself instead of hiring a lot out, like, wasn't the postage, but there was something that they did that they used to send out.
Well, at times they had 2 or 3 people who were on the payroll during tax time, and Katie are doing it all themselves now. So you don't have that on payroll anymore, other than Cindy when they're going to conference, which is minimal, I think, what she had in the budget for it, but she's taking a lot of the other stuff out of there for where they're doing in-house.
If you gave her
Maybe she needs to have a seminar with
$5,000
her
raise,
or
it's
the
only
other
$240 an hour.
heads
You
and
brought that up before.
show them how to do it.
That puts her up to
Present company excluded over on that side though.
But don't get them, no, don't mess with them. They can like our life difficult.
Too late.
He's gone.
I gotta go, guys.
Thanks, Sean.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, if he gets to leave, I'm leaving.
I don't think he's ever sat in one spot that long before.
That was excruciating for him.
Yeah.
She does a lot of work.
Oh.
Trying to help you out here. I know your office does a lot of work.
I mean, if you guys are happy with just 5%, I just wanna make sure that it's noted that there was discussion, cause I know there was a lot of hubbub. I asked her to make a copy.
And I don't have a problem in cutting the clerical $2,000 because they're absorbing that.
But we've gotta have something for when they're on the conference.
Right, what I'm saying is they've gone from 42
Oh,
to 2.
okay,
So,
yeah, I see what you're saying,
if
she's
you wanna add that back in, cause that's what she's taking care of that.
But can she pay herself out of that line? If we add 40, well, we can't add 4,200.
But we
can add
could
it to
bump the
her.
percentage a couple points, right? We could call them to 8%. Yes. Thursday of next year is coming.
That's why I wanna justify why we.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes back to what I said, she came in, she presented herself, presented her numbers, I mean.
Could you keep it to 5% and just reallocate the 20 or the $1,100 a piece to their salary line? And give them 1,100?
No, because they only asked for 2,000.
Well, I'm saying like.
She needs it to. For help.
Yeah, but, oh, I see where you're at, yeah, I see what you're saying. So
We
gotta
can't
do
give,
it in
we can't give
percentage.
her 42,
Yeah,
because she only asked for 2.
yeah, I'm with you, yeah, there's no 42 to take it from, fair enough. Math is hard.
Government math is even harder.
No, sure.
Government math is just dysfunctional.
Yes. It's the new math, only it's old.
So you got, if with 8%, that picks up $1,000 more, that's 57,600.
And that would basically be that shifting that 1,000, right? For both of them.
That'd be for one person.
Yeah, 1,000 per person, but they say 2, so if we did just that off as 8, it would be the same as transferring that $2,000 over. Right?
5% was plenty, I thought. Cause it's like, if you're gonna give her that, her salary's gonna be almost the same as hers. And she does a lot of work, so it's like.
It gets into another, where you
You're
have
gonna
to-
get into,
You guys.
I know, I get what you're saying, that she came in and asked, but
I don't disagree. I mean, I see what you're saying. It's gonna open up a can of worms either way.
The commissioners can ask them all to write what they do. You can hire somebody to come in and look at it, and then
That's
40,000 here and
the
40,000
wage
there.
study, yeah, it's expensive, cause I think I presented it to you guys after, presented it to them.
it opens up a big can of worms.
Put it on 5.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Bye.
We went to Jim and I were at the meeting that all the town clerks were at. They had the gentleman from AIM present, about the need for a must and all that. Jim invited all of, Jim and I, I'm not throwing you under the bus, I'm sorry.
You're good.
Jim invited all of the town clerks to our September meeting, which will be here at 9:30. So you can count that as a must meeting before the October 1st deadline by the state. We kind of told them at that time that, when we met with Jamie, it was pretty much we'll agree that we'll take care of you, but we won't agree to a set percentage at this point, because between now and 2029, who knows what the legislation will do and how numbers will change, so.
If it's even necessary.
Right, so just FYI, on the 24th,
Yeah,
town clerk will plan, we told them 9:30 because it would be after the first reading of our budget, so after our meeting on that day, maybe a little bit longer, just because they may be here to have the bust.
We'll have to adjourn, and then have to open that meeting up, it's gotta be a separate meeting, but that guy was good, I liked what he had to say, but it's a mess.
Yeah.
And fire departments are at the bottom end of that funding mechanism. The other thing I hadn't heard before in our meetings was, even though the town clerks, which I guess would be the people representing the towns, everyone has to be in agreement with the tax rate. So you gotta have every town unanimously agreeing to it.
Oh, Lord. But that doesn't mean we have to pass that as county council.
They don't even technically get a vote.
They don't have a vote.
The must acknowledge to the state that we have come to a unanimous agreement. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the county council, when we pass the budget and the tax rates, have to agree to that.
But they haven't explained, if you get five towns saying yeah and one town saying no, it's not unanimous. So what?
Well, then I think then we just tell them that we're not in a unanimous vote, is kind of what Jamie said, I think. And then you.
But I don't know, then how do you take it to us, because it's not unanimous at that group.
Right. Well, and I mean, really and truly, from what Jamie said when she was here, it doesn't matter if it's unanimous, because it's up to us.
Right, that's not what he said.
Right, well, of course, he's supporting.
He represents the towns.
Right, the town municipalities, so, I mean, honestly, from what AIC has said, it doesn't matter what the towns say.
Right.
I mean, they could say, oh yeah, I want $1 million, oh sure, I'll give you $1 million, but it doesn't matter, because until the council decides what tax rate and what percentage.
I guess if I was sitting on a town council, I'd be pretty ticked.
Yeah.
Because now it doesn't matter what we budget. You know, we have no power on what our budget's gonna be. We can set one, then we can come in and change it.
They're doing what they want done in the ultimate game.
It's a unigov is what it's coming down to.
That's what they're headed towards. Same with the townships and everything else on the decisions we've gotta make on that's coming here.
Well, and I don't see how they're going to make it on a yearly basis, like, I mean, I understand why they want us to make it now, because how is the town of Otterburn gonna get a bond for their new area of development if they don't know how much money we're gonna give them next year? So it's almost gotta be a decision that we make, it's almost gotta be 3 years in advance, so that they know when they need a bond and when they're gonna get money.
We won't know that.
But I don't understand, based on the year-to-year budget that we do, how we're supposed to know in 10 years that we've gotta give them, 15% because they're planning on a water project.
Right. I don't know.
Or it comes down to that, negative balance fund because we're funding the town's water projects.
Right. I don't know. It just seems to me that you got a state board of accounts that could be the controller over these towns. And it's like all big government is, they don't want to control the people, the Carmels, the Fishers, the large towns around Indianapolis are finding ways to get around the system and getting more tax dollars that the state doesn't like. But they don't want to control it, doesn't seem to me like. So they're gonna push it off on all of us to do it. And,
Who is the driver? Do we know who's driving this?
I don't know, it's Ron or.
Is it the
I don't know,
governor?
because it was before.
That started before him, actually.
I think it's the older guy that was that spoke at that
Yeah.
meeting.
Is that the one that
Thompson
came up
or
with the
Thomas
formula?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And where is he now?
He's still in office.
Yeah, he's Edgewood, someplace around Bloomington.
Yeah.
He's a mathematician. He's come up with this
Yeah.
formula, and everybody's gonna get the same money. Nobody, that ain't gonna happen.
But yeah, how do you do it when you change it? It's not based on, it's based on income tax, not property tax.
Right.
I mean, people, when you've got less population.
You're gonna get hurt. It's like the school funding formula. If you lose students, you lose big. If you gain students, you win tremendously. And, rural county like this, you're always gonna have fluctuations up and down. I mean, I don't know, it's gonna be a mess. Spend all this time here and we're gonna be sitting in those meetings. Is deciding whether Boswell needs that much money and whether Otter needs that much money and all
It's
of
gonna
them.
get back to just like what lobbyists do now, is who's plumbing gonna grease to get what you want out of it, and it's gonna affect the next guy that really needed it. We've been through this when we went before COVID and all that, when you wanted to talk about grant funding, and you go around and you do the door to door for, you know, your income, studies.
Like a census.
Your census for when you're doing your grants, you'd be clear down here at the bottom where there was no reason you shouldn't have got it. And you'd have a city population of 250,000 that had the tax base to buy the stuff they needed, and they're the ones that got the money. Because the right people were in there making sure that that funding went that way.
So I like what you guys are thinking on a grant writer. Like, I think that's why I was asking the questions I asked. I think that's
They
very
need to-
much needed.
AI is being pushed, you guys really need to
Yeah,
get
we
down.
know.
We just need somebody that has the time to go through it, 'cause there's so many doors and holes to go down on that.
But they could write the grants for you, the Claude.
I'm just saying, you just gotta have somebody that
proficient
knows, here's 12 grants that I'm gonna go write. Well,
The problem is you guys need, you have to have some firewalls, because when you have Claude, it opens up the whole door, everybody can see it then.
you can stop that some, but that's a little scary, cause I've had it come back and tell me that there's stuff that's been written to my profile or whatever, and it'll shut it down unless I approve it. And I'm like, how the hell did that ever get in there? But
I think what it's gonna boil down to, Phil, is each county's gonna have somebody that understands that formula, so you're gonna pay a consultant to do it. Because sat through 4 of them, I still don't quite got a handle on it.
Yeah, and if anybody should be able to, it ought to be you. You've been dealing with stuff like this all your life.
I mean, it's.
And the guy that came up with the idea is probably gonna have the consulting firm.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it's gonna come down to.
And retired.
Yeah.
He understands it. And, you know, Jamie understands it well, but she deals with it every day.
Oh, I've been through it twice and can't follow it all.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Oh, I need a motion and stuff.
Need a motion to adjourn?
Oh, I thought this was the motion.
Dawn, have a great
I'll make
day.
the motion.
A second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
This deal, they coming back.
You send us a.
Yeah, they'll be back in here on Monday. They're down in Letitia's office right now.
Or they,
Have you heard that they want to get rid of? That is,